Morning. Not too many excited about today's presentation of more. There we go. More goop. All right. Jeannie. Looking forward to everyone's resetting iPad. Every 45 minutes. You having issues when you're watching? Pioneer. Morning. DVD, no. Good morning. Oh no, is this unlisted? No. Aha. Seamus, what is wrong with you? Okay. Helps if I list the video, doesn't it? Though I am around every morning, so I suppose that's not a toughie. You know where to find me. Pioneer, good morning. DVD, no. And Nikki Lewis. All right. So, again, I'm thinking of doing some of the same stuff that we did last week. Let's see. Interesting. 5 people, 7 people. Okay. Everybody getting their coffee. Nosy Scotian. Leah. It's a different Leah, but can we do Leah? Is Leah right? Cindy, good morning. Just only when you watch here, you seem to have issues with your iPad. I don't know. Apple. Somewhere apples came up in our history. Chris Lee. Same old. Okay, I'm sorry, Leah. It was a different last name. My apologies. Crystal. Freckles is here. Okay, so this morning we're going to have the same old. You got it right though. Okay, well, see, I'll get it all put together. JJ, good morning. So glad I reached out. We'll stay in touch. Thank you. Yes, you can contact me on the Tweeties. I think there's a little box in the YouTube thing there, isn't there? On the channel, on the banner or something. I think you can click on that. I believe it sends you to my Twitter. And you can also contact me on email at nsinvestigators@gmail.com. So thank you for reaching out very much, JJ. Brenda Grant, good morning. So this is the way I was thinking. What I'll do is I'll pop on some of this, whatever they want to call that. I don't exactly know. It's made for TV, psychological warfare distraction stuff, which really has nothing to do with anything, and it's clearly very divisive. Sad. Not solving anything at all, and actually just causing more trauma. So probably not really trauma. It's an overused word, but it doesn't do society very good things. But it's just very apparent. I'd like to find a men's group. Oh yes, that's the MGTOW and incel garbage. Or perhaps darts league, pool league, something like that. Yes, I did see that, JJ. So I discussed that, and thank you. Paul, brother Paul, Julia, ready to read. Absolutely. Thank you, Christiana. All right. So if I can get some names of some people, so we'll just, right. I want some more paper. That's a mess. Well, okay. So we've got Julia. Who else is interested in, and JJ, obviously. JJ is ready to go on that one. Who else would be interested in doing some reading this morning? Okay, we got you on the list. You're on the list, Julia. We got 2. Anyone else? Anyone else feel up to reading, taking a document, reading it, and sharing what details you learn? Chris Lee will. Excellent. Thank you, Chris. I would, but working as always, no problem. It's just anybody who's got some spare time. Todd is just getting up. Is he willing to do some reading? Can he read? Can you read, my son? I don't know. That depends. Can you go fuck yourself? Have you ever seen that clip? That's that always makes me laugh. I used to send that around on Twitter one day. People that really upset me. Good morning from the shed. From the shed, working away in the shed. It's NS44. Are you building planter box things? Very creative bird boxes and all kinds of woodwork stuff. Green bastard. Got to go to work for a bit. I got to get connected with you. I have such a list of things to do. Hopefully you have a good day at work. Working, sorry. I don't know how you guys work and listen. Though I am extremely appreciative. I don't know. You don't know if you can read? Yeah, I've been questioning that myself. Whether Todd can read. Christiana definitely can read. I don't know about Todd. You know, man, we can't do these things. We're completely incapable. I think we grunt. Anyway, I'm proud to be a man. Proud to be a human. Okay. Any other volunteers? 36 of you in here. We've got Chris. We've got JJ. We've got Julia. Anybody else up? You can read later when you're at home. Okay. Well, we could maybe work something out that way too. This is purely spitballing. We're going to work on this in the future. Maybe we'll get some really fancy system going. Not if you're hanging with me. Rosemary, good morning.
Good morning. The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. As a reminder, please turn electronic devices off or to silent.
Is there eating allowed? Are you allowed to eat popcorn in there? I don't know. Jiang, good morning. So nobody else is able to, no pressure. It's not a slight on you if you can't, but if you can, take a PDF and just have a look over. We got some stuff. Laying in bed, still recovering from surgery. Oh, how's that coming along? Okay, absolutely, Chiang. So we've got some prayers going out to Leah, who's recovering from surgery, and to Chiang's husband. Okay, so much love going out to you guys. Special thoughts and prayers. What are we reading today? Sorry. I'm looking for volunteer readers. We've got a couple. No, gosh, no. Gratitude. Yeah. Special prayers and Blue Nose and JJ. I'm sorry to hear that your husband's not well, Jay. But glad you could even drop in. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like we've got 3, and I can try and do 1, 2. Do you guys have, I know that JJ does. Can you guys send me a message just on Twitter so I can share a comm number with you? Just randomly pick some. I think I'm going to start with statements. There's quite a few statements around of just people that don't know their names necessarily. Cindy sending love. You can read coloring books, but crayons keep disappearing. Okay. That's not so good. You're going to have to talk to Carol. Carol's got the crayons. Oh, that's not what we want.
Good morning. Bonjour, bienvenue, hello, and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Part of our mandate is to explore a number of issues related to the mass casualty, including police policies, procedures, and training in respect of gender-based and intimate partner violence. Today, we will hear 2 roundtables focused on police and institutional understandings and responses to these forms of violence. As with earlier roundtables, we anticipate today's discussions will assist us in our work to understand the broader context behind the mass casualty, and to bring forward well-informed recommendations that can help make our community safer. I will now ask Krista Smith from our research and policy team to begin this morning's discussions. Krista, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. So my name is Krista Smith, and I'm on the
The
research
return
and
of the
policy team.
Krista.
And today's roundtables will focus on police and institutional understandings to gender-based and intimate partner violence. This morning, we'll be focusing on institutional responses to intimate partner and family violence, whereas this afternoon, we'll be focusing on institutional responses to gender-based and sexualized violence. As with every roundtable, we will not focus on the facts or evidence related to the mass casualty of 18th and 19th April 2020. This work is being done in other aspects of the Commission's process. Instead, we will be focused on examining the broader context and causes of the mass casualty as enumerated in the Commission's mandate. This includes how women's experiences of intimate partner and family violence, and how police, courts, and other institutions understand and respond to intimate partner and family violence. So this morning, we'll be looking at barriers to effective police and other institutional responses to intimate partner and family violence. the cultural aspects of those barriers and how they can be addressed, and the promising and best practices in police and institutional responses. So as with every roundtable discussion, the intention is to provide the commissioners and public with a deeper understanding of the core themes so that everyone is well positioned to engage in conversation in phase 3 about lessons learned and potential recommendations. As facilitator of this roundtable, I will be directing the questions, asking follow-ups, and moderating the dialogue. The commissioners may choose to pose questions at any point. Roundtable discussions form part of the commission record. They are being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the commission's website. Before we proceed, I want to pause and acknowledge that much of the work underlying today's roundtable discussion was led by my colleague, Sirwa Frimpong. So we're very fortunate to be joined today by several experts who have dedicated their lives to understanding these issues. So I would like to invite each of you to introduce yourselves now and to speak a little bit about your work. I think we'll start with Lori, who's online there.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to participate today. My name is Lori Chambers, and I'm a professor of gender and women's studies at Lakehead University Thunder Bay campus on the territory of the Anishinaabe people. I'm a legal historian, and I've worked in quite a few areas of women's legal history, but in the last 7 or 8 years, I've worked primarily on gender-based violence, with a particular focus on intimate partner violence and coercive control, and responses of police to these problems. And I think that's all I need to say today.
Thank you, Lori. Petrina?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for the invitation to participate in this very critical conversation. My name is Dr. Petrina Dehaney. I'm an assistant professor in the Faculty of Social Work at the University of Calgary and co-chair of the faculty's Anti-Black Racism Task Force. I have worked in the domestic violence sector for a number of years. My research is interdisciplinary in nature, looking at critical social work, criminology, critical race studies, critical anti-racism, and Black feminist traditions. In terms of my theoretical framework, it's often focused on critical race theory, critical race feminism, and intersectionality, and looks at the ways in which race, racism, victimization, and criminalization are interconnected. Currently conducting research to support Black and racialized individuals. And so, for example, in 2021, I was commissioned by Calgary Police Service to conduct an environmental scan, lit review, and produce a final report to assess the knowledge and the environment and actions needed to address systemic racism within the Calgary Police Service and support the development of anti-racism strategy. My current research looks at Black women's experiences with the police, and a second research project aims to build domestic violence prevention knowledge, focusing specifically on Black Canadian women, men, families, and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Petrina. Carmen?
Thank you, Krista. Commissioners, my name is Carmen Gill. I'm a professor in the Department of Sociology at the University of New Brunswick. I've been teaching courses on violence mainly, and so in criminology. My research area is, and has been for over 30 years now, intimate partner violence. And I've been working on this particular issue in different capacities, and I've been working at the court level, looking at how we're treating cases through the court system. And lately, for the last, I think, 16 years, I've been working with police agencies, and I work in partnership mainly with the Canadian Associations of Chiefs of Police. And I am conducting research now on coercive control, risk assessment, and intimate partner violence at the police level and how they're responding to this particular issue. And I'm in the process of developing a Canadian Center for Policing Intimate Partner Violence. And this is done as well with the Crime Prevention, Community Safety, and Wellbeing Committee at CACP. And there's a resolution that, and I'm very, very excited about this because there's a resolution that is going to be submitted at the general meeting next week to CACP. So we are hoping that they are going to approve this particular resolution. So I'm delighted to be here with you to share my experience researching IPV.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Nancy?
Hello, thank you so much for having me speak today. I offer my condolences to the family and all harmed by the events that have led to this commission. I have been focused on research related to gender-based violence and adverse childhood experiences and early trauma for several decades now as well. And I worked as a social worker and a clinical therapist in mental health and addiction settings for 20 years. And during that time, many people shared with me their experiences of childhood trauma and experiences of gender-based violence, which led me to pursue a PhD in peace building. And currently, I am doing research related to the ways in which the pro-arrest, pro-charge, and pro-prosecution policies impact the service and the police service and institutional responses to people when they reach out for help. And I'm also working on research related to culturally responsive healthcare and services in response to gender-based violence, and looking at what it might mean to apply trauma-informed, family-centered, and decolonized lens to those responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So to begin today, I want to just make sure we're all clear on a couple of terms. So Carmen, I'd like to take you to your commissioned report, which is Exhibit P003352. And if you can just give us a quick rundown of the terms intimate partner violence, family violence, and how those two terms relate to the term gender-based violence.
So I will try to not repeat what has already been said here because I heard others talking about this. I generally make the distinction between intimate partner violence and family violence. Intimate partner violence is really violence that occur between partners, whether they are living together, married, common law, or ex-partners. When we talk about family violence, here I'm really cutting short on these terms, but family violence is going to be broader. It means that everything that occurs where people do have a family relationship, it can count under the term family violence. So it can be intimate partner violence, but it can be as well violence against children, against older parents, among siblings. So we are going to see that it's broader. And so when we talk about what's happening in a relationship, we have a tendency to use the term intimate partner violence. How is this connected to gender-based violence? Well, gender-based violence is violence that is experienced due to the person's gender, identity, and how they are going to live it. It's rooted in gender inequality. And of course, when we talk about gender-based violence, there's abuse of power. Well, women and girls are generally the largest ones who are carrying the burden of gender-based violence. So when we talk about gender-based violence, we are encompassing all forms of violence that women and girls can be experiencing. But it's not necessarily only with an intimate partner relationships. It encompasses that too, but there are other forms of relationships or there's no relationship between the woman and the person who is going to be the perpetrator. And this is where we're going to start looking at violence that is hate violence towards women, where we are going to see that there are misogyny that is going to be coming to play when it comes to gender-based violence. But gender-based violence really encompass all forms of violence, that generally women are the recipient of this type of violence. And if we start adding some vulnerabilities, let's say there are more vulnerable group in our population that are going to be more the target of this gender-based violence. For example, racialized women, women with disability, women from remote areas. So we are going to see that they are more vulnerable to this form of violence. So I'm going to go back to intimate partner violence to talk about not just about the forms of violence that we are seeing in intimate partner violence relationship. We need to as well add this element that is extremely important to highlight, and it has to do with the pattern of power and control. And this is what we are going to recognize with an intimate partner violence. And so when we talk about a pattern of power and control, it encompasses all forms of violence in the relationship, but it goes beyond and broader. And this is where we have, we're now talking more and more about coercive control. So.
And we'll head to coercive control in just a moment. As you were speaking, you can correct me if this is wrong, because this just occurred to me, but it almost sounds like the Venn diagrams that are overlapping circles, and gender-based violence is one circle, family violence is another, and the intersection can be intimate partner violence.
It's possible.
Okay, just thinking.
Yeah, and there's also, if we want to go even further, we can add the term domestic violence, which I did not talk about. But here, just to confuse everybody, when we talk about domestic violence, we can talk as well of intimate partner violence, depending on who's doing the research. Some people will use the term domestic violence. I have a tendency to avoid using the term domestic violence because for me, when we talk about domestic violence, it's all forms of violence that I will see within the domestic sphere, so the private sphere. So it can be related to IPV, but it can be related to other forms of violence that are occurring in the private sphere. So I have a tendency to make the distinction. But at the same time, in the foundational document that I wrote with Mary Aspinall, we use interchangeably IPV and domestic violence because of the complexity where people are using one term versus the other. But generally, I have a tendency to use intimate partner violence, despite the fact that it's a gender-neutral term. It doesn't mean that I'm not focusing on women that are mainly the victim of intimate partner violence.
Thank you, Carmen. Patrina, I wanted to pick up on something that Carmen said in discussing these definitions, and that oftentimes vulnerabilities play a role in how we understand these terms. Can you speak a little bit to how people's marginalized experiences need to be taken into consideration when considering these terms?
Absolutely. I certainly agree with what has been stated in terms of the definitions. And it's really important that we look at how experiences of intimate partner violence and gender-based violence is more complicated and further complicated by people's intersecting identities. And as Carmen mentioned, race, disabilities, and so forth, and also economic marginalization. And so, for instance, our research tells us that racialized Black, Indigenous women are at increased risk, greater risk compared to their white women counterparts of experiencing violence for a number of different reasons in terms of how society might even explore violence in these across these various groups. And so with limited research on these various populations, there is also little resources and supports for these women as well, and people who experience gender-based violence, as well as intimate partner violence, and which certainly increases their risk in terms of the extent to which they will call for support, how they might access resources, and even engage with formal supports as well.
Thank you. And we'll flesh some of that out as we go in this conversation today. I want to take us now to the term coercive control, which Carmen alluded to. And Lori, you've much of your work deals with this concept. We included an article that you authored at P003655, which really gives us a working definition of coercive control. Can you help us to understand the term and how it shows up?
Certainly, I'm happy to do that, and I'll try to keep it reasonably brief and not repeat too much of what is in the materials, the written materials that you were provided with. Coercive control is extremely gendered. So we come back to what Carmen was talking about power and control. Coercive control is based in traditional patriarchal assumptions about gender roles. And it exploits the men who are abusive and use coercive control, deliberately exploit expectations of female subordination to both normalize and justify their behavior and to render it invisible to wider society. So coercive control is a pattern of behavior that develops over time, which uses isolation, intimidation, and control to keep women from being free to make decisions for themselves, to keep them tethered to men who treat them with complete and utter disrespect. It does not have to include a lot of daily violence. So what do I mean by that? Well, women are not necessarily being hit all the time. They're not black, they don't have blackened eyes and broken bones. They're not showing up in the hospital necessarily. What they experience instead is a kind of micro-regulation of absolutely everything they do all day long. So their partners, they start out with what appears to be loving concern and correction of their behaviors, which turns into a really totalitarian regime, which feels like you are a victim of kidnapping or a prisoner of war. So women aren't allowed to think for themselves. They can't have their own opinions. They're corrected, they're gaslighted and told that their version of reality is wrong. And sometimes men do all sorts of weird things to make women question their sense of reality, hide the keys, do things to make them think that they are losing their ability to think rationally. They insult them. They degrade them so that women start to feel increasingly worthless. They criticize all of the things that are about women's gendered performance in society. Their cooking, their cleaning, their management of the household, their rearing of children. And they also take all their money and leave them so that they are dependent. Even a woman who has a well-paid, secure job is not financially secure living with a coercive controller, because he will take control of her salary and limit her access to cash. Often a woman will either not be allowed to have a phone or will have tracking on her phones and that she's being listened to every time she uses it. They put GPS devices on people's cars, use video to track people. And they use violence when they need to reinforce their power. So when for example, with the book that I wrote on the RV Ryan case, Mike Ryan frequently would grab Nicole Doucette by the neck and hold her up against the wall. So it's not explicitly strangulation, but it's a very clear demonstration of power, control, and potential for lethality. So women are terrified. They live in a state of constant existential fear, like they just think that their lives could end at any time. And they're also threatened that not only that their own lives, but the lives of all those they care about could end at any time, including children, parents, anyone to whom they might turn for assistance. So they become increasingly isolated to protect people they love. They don't want those people harmed because of what they view as their problem, not the problem of those they love. So they're isolated, and in environments, often they'll be trapped also in environments where they're quite invisible from society. So rural women are a particular risk if you're in a place where people don't see you and you don't have opportunities to leave. That makes it even more difficult. I really also want to stress here that sexual violence is a routinized part of this. So women may not say explicitly they're raped, but they're forced to have engage in sexual activities they wouldn't choose for themselves, and they're forced to do it at times when they don't want to. So woken up in the middle of the night, told that they have to do this, and there's no option of saying no. And it's very clear that there's no option of saying no. But because there aren't bruises and broken bones, there isn't a physical record of abuse in many cases. And so women don't feel confident about calling for help. They don't necessarily name themselves as abused because, of course, this is exploiting all these stereotypes that you're supposed to do what your husband tells you anyway. So they don't necessarily call for help. And if they do call for help, they say, I'm afraid, but they can't necessarily name approximate incident of violence that police can recognize and say, oh yes, you're abused. So they often don't get the help they need. They're perceived to be exaggerating or lying about what has happened. And in particular, this is true if the partner is there saying, oh, she has mental health problems, she exaggerates everything, which is something else that often happens in these situations. And the final thing I really want to say about coercive control is that the myth that it ends when you leave is overwhelmingly dangerous, because in fact, in coercively controlling relationships, the most dangerous moment is when you attempt to leave, because it is about control. It's not about violence. It's about controlling you and keeping you. So if you are not being kept, if you're refusing this paradigm, then you're now at risk of being killed, because this is the moment when you are threatening the power and control of your coercive controller. So the danger is heightened at the time of separation and for a significant period thereafter. And coercive controllers use every trick in the book after separation to try to continue to have control over their partners. So child custody and access, times when you have to meet, tracking continues. Your phone is terrible in this regard. The phones that we now have that follow us everywhere, that tell the world where we are. They're showing up at your workplace, they're showing up wherever you might be, and making you feel that even though you've left, you're still not safe, and so therefore maybe you will go back. It is unrelenting, and as I said, the best comparison is with a victim of kidnap or a prisoner of war.
Thank you. As I was reviewing your article, I believe I I recall seeing that there is more of a correlation between coercive control and ultimate lethality than there is between physical violence and lethality. Do I remember that correctly?
It's significantly more correlated with lethality than major damage to the body.
Thank you. So we'll continue with these topics as we go, but we're going to start to shift into considering the institutions that are involved in responding to these types of situations. And to continue setting the scene for us a little bit, Nancy, I was hoping you could talk to us about the policies that have been followed in Nova Scotia for the last, I think, couple of decades.
Yes. So the pro-arrest, pro-charge, and pro-prosecution policies were initiated in the 1980s and the 1990s. In the 1990s in Nova Scotia, largely in response to mainstream feminists, I would say, who felt that domestic violence, I use the term domestic violence here because these policies refer to domestic violence, but they're more broadly governing the police response to intimate partner and gender-based violence. So these policies were implemented because people were concerned about safety. They were concerned that they wanted to make gender-based violence.
So yeah, Becca, no, it's not. All right, just more of this. That's why I've got more Slop as the title. Probably not the best title, but anyway. Okay, now who wants to continue with this stuff? Or should we do the document reviewing in the background, those who can? Is there any votes to stay with this stuff? How's that? If there are, please put a 1 on the screen and then I'll just continue with it. Otherwise, we can just have them babbling in the background. Docs. Okay. Any votes for staying with this? Any votes? Because if there are, like, it's your guys' channel too, right? I try to be all inclusive. Shut her down. Who said that? Shut it down. Lee said, shut it down. Okay. Well, I'm not into bashing whatever they do over there. It's just probably not relevant. What are these dancing people? Oh, dancing YMCA. Okay. Pickles there. Even your hair hurts. Oh no. I'm not a controlling man. Not a controlling man. I'm just a man. Okay. Hello, Caper. Don't worry. It's we're just gonna ignore them and do our own thing. Looks like so there's no votes to stay with the with this stuff. I'm not seeing any. No? Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out how to best do this, and I'm not very good at organizing. If we have a lot of people reviewing different things, well, we only have four people, which is great. Thank you, JJ, Julia, Chris Lee, and DVD have agreed to read some stuff. So I will share those document numbers with them. And maybe what I'll do is read one statement, and we'll just go in successive order of statements. Shut down. And maybe what we can do is just have them in the background. Christiana can read as well. All right, well, now I've got to find another one. Thanks. Okay. Last week, higher speeds caught up to Sunday. Wow, unbelievable. Very good. Very good. Not productive. Let's move on. I'm just hoping that this can be work out. All right, so JJ 365. 3065, I think it is. All right, so this is JJ Vert. Is that right? Is that coming out there? 365. Okay, Julia. Okay, Julia is going to do. Who is this? Tanis Witt. I'm just randomly picking stuff here. Okay. The ones with letters are probably actually the most interesting ones, but who's doing this one? 3073 is going to be Chris Lee. At Chris Lee. Here you are, Chris. Thank you, thank you. Okay. And we have this one. Now, some of them are a little bit larger than others. I'm sorry. I think it's who's getting the shaft here? JJ is getting the shaft this time. My apologies. Her statement's a little bit longer. This is 3084. Okay, copy. That's for DVD. I'm sorry, JJ. Because you're so good like that. Okay, just reading Speedy and stuff. And then we've got DVD. Why is my screen like this? There's like a little piece stuck on there. I think my cache is full or something. All right, I think that's right now. Okay, and now I need to find one more for Christiana. So let's see, how is the best way to do this? I can intersplice with everybody's additional stuff. I can read one, and then we can go over the next one and go over the next one. What do you think is best? I'm still going to pick one for Christiana here. Okay, 1 minute. Christiana. Clayton Willis. That's a big, long one. What are you feeling like? Do you want a 38-page document? Christiana, can you? Which idea? Sorry, Blue Nose. You're fine with that? Okay. I mean, it's not a huge one, but relatively. All right. So Christiana is going to do this one. Maybe, so just keep notes for yourself. And then I will read another one aloud. I wish we had a central, see, I think what would be best is if we had a central database and then we could highlight, but in order to highlight, you got to convert all the documents into, they've really set this up well. Okay, this is Christiana. Select all, copy, paste. Got it. I will mute and report later. Well, no, I think, whatever works best. Whatever you guys think works best. I think what I'll do is just to, show that, well, frankly, we don't give a rat's ass. I can probably just read a statement in the background while these people babble, and I'll mute them. The stream's freezing today. It didn't take long. Oh, that's not good. Reach out to Brenda. She's got a database that we can use. Okay, maybe that's what I'll do. Okay, so I don't think there's any audio coming across. They can just kind of look like they're doing something, but really nobody cares. It's kind of a bit of a, because I know they watch, and if nobody's really paying attention and just doing their own thing, it's kind of hurts their feelings in terms of the fact that their plan's not working out. All right, so has everybody got one? Anybody else wanting to do one? You got crayons? You're taking notes with crayons? Okay. Anybody else want one? It's not OCR though. That's true. See, like that would be the ideal way to do it, right? Is just to have like all the documents that are OCR'd with a central database. Somebody takes a document, highlights in it what they think is important, right? Because obviously you're going to miss stuff because there'll be connections and things like that. But then there's a central database. Somebody can go back and look at it, and we can just start peeling through these things, and everybody else can look at them. And we can, I don't know, there's some way, like conceptually, I've never been able to figure out how it's done, but I should get in contact with those people down in the States. Weaponized autism. Okay, so I think we're all up to speed. So we got the 4. All right, so what we'll do is if those 4 people can go through their documents, I will read one aloud. And while these, is that distracting? While these people do their stuff. Let me pick one here. Now, I know one of these I've done, so, and I'm just going in consecutive order here. Where was that? LeBlanc. Now, LeBlanc has some interesting things to say. I think predominantly these are all related to Shuby, save one, which might show some interesting things. Let's see, LeBlanc. Okay. All right, so I'll read. This is what I'm going to read. And if you guys have any ideas on how a better system that this can be done, that would be great. Why is this out of order now? The order seemed to change. I don't know how that's possible. Justin Corey LeBlanc. Okay, I believe I know where he roughly lives. Not that I'm doxing him, but it is kind of important. All right, so this is what I will be reading aloud. And maybe if you guys who have documents. Oh, and Christiana, did you get one? Could do something. I was thinking something maybe on the Discord. That would be good. If we could get everybody on audio. I don't know how much people like to type. I hate typing. And then everybody can have a report. Maybe we can set this up for tomorrow too. I think tomorrow is a bunch of gobbledygook. All right. Well, I'm going to read this statement because, frankly, I think it's interesting. Let's see here. So this statement is from Justin Corey LeBlanc down in, did you get one, Christiana? I don't remember. I'm sorry. We'll catch up. Reading on replay. Okay, no worries. All right, I'm not hearing back from Christiana, so we'll just proceed. Yeah, they don't even need to be there, actually. We'll just do it this way. All right, so this is Justin Corey LeBlanc. Fraser Firth, April 19th, 5:22. Okay, you can see the red light. That just means, yeah, the recorder's turned on. Okay. So my name is Fraser Firth. I'm sergeant with the RCMP. Right. In Nova Scotia, and this is Corporal Patricia Davis. She's supervisor with Major Crimes Unit. So Major Crimes always, they were in right away, like a dirty shirt that morning. Which I never have still quite understood. Okay. I'm from Nova Scotia RCMP, and the time is 5:22, Sunday, April 19th, 2020. And we're outside of your residence. Won't give the civic number. We don't do that on audio. That's not true either, but okay. Okay, but you live in Shubenacadie. Could you state your full name and date of birth? Justin Corey LeBlanc. Again, this is not for doxing purposes, just educational. Blank. How do you spell Corey? There's variations. Okay, Corey. Laughing. No, it doesn't happen in the police movies when the pen runs out of ink. Laughing. You don't see that on TV shows. Tragic Day in Nova Scotia. I'm sorry. I appreciate. I'm taking the time to speak to us. What I'd like you to do is want you to drive the bus. So I want you to start from where you feel it's important. Okay. Tell me everything, leave nothing out. I think that's not. You're starting where he thinks it's beginning. Leave nothing out. Okay, absolutely. Every detail is important. I want you to go step by step. I have been all day, so okay. So I was in my kitchen, which is that first window. I have a window open like it is now. I was walking from my kitchen to come out to this window to have a cigarette. I roll my own cigarettes with a roller. So I just rolled my own cigarette. I was coming to come out to the window. The window opened and I heard what I thought was gunshots or firecracker. This is what I assumed at first. So I came right out to my window, what I thought, and I saw what I thought I saw was a cop in a big yellow vest. He was running backwards. Who shooting is what he was running backwards, unloading. Then he would grab. I grabbed my two children because they were both there, right there in the living room, and I ran them back into the back bedroom. I got my wife up, made her lay on the floor with the kids, and I came running back to the window to see what was going on with the officer. But he was running back and forth from, I couldn't see the car. I couldn't see the vehicle right up to where the cop car is now. He kept running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like 10 times. Okay, so he's going to do a lot of loading and unloading, pants and things, extra pairs of pants, change of pants. And then he left. That's when the smoke, the fire, everything started coming up. But he definitely, like, he was running backwards, unloading his gun. And I thought it was a police officer. He had a big, bright yellow vest. It sticks in people's minds. Very interesting. It was, of course. It was, and from where she is, where my wife is right now, I seen him clearly running back across the street. That's what I thought I saw. And that's, as you can see, it's like maybe 120 yards from where I was. 120 yards, 360 feet. And everything went on fire. And then everyone showed up, but then the car caught on fire is what I thought. So is this what happened? We're just here. You guys know a lot more than I do. We're just here to see what you recall. I just know what else. I seen a man in a yellow, and what I thought I saw was a police officer unload his gun. What I thought, okay. What I thought I saw was an officer unload his gun and run back and forth between cars. I thought maybe he was trying to give CPR to help someone that was in that car, is what I thought first, because he had the big, it was a big, bright yellow. Well, he looked like a police officer, but then he just left, or everybody left. Plural. Interesting. Okay. But then all the cops came afterwards, and then the fire was there, and the fire truck never came. Okay, I'm gonna first of all, before we get in anything else, just because we only have audio here, you can see where you're pointing, but you talked about a window that you were looking out of. Okay, so he's going to describe where he is. I think I've got it figured out. He's down below. He's down by the Home Hardware, roughly. For those of you who know. So he's on the other side, looking kind of up. As soon as I got there, so I came to my window right away, and I was coming there anyway. Okay, and then as soon as I got there, that's when I sees the man, the police officer in the yellow vest, running across the street, shooting, running backwards. It was holding is clearly what I saw. And then when I got my children, like, I had time to grab both my kids, run into the back room, and come running back out to my window to see where they were going, if anyone is coming back in my direction. And he is running back and forth between vehicles, like he was running back and forth. And then, yeah, that's everything that I saw. Then he was gone, and then there was smoke, fire. Okay, you said he was gone. I think so. Tell me about that. I don't know. He got in a vehicle and took off that way. I think he went up the road that way, up towards where the farm is here. So the description is hard because he's describing something orally, but a vehicle. What vehicle? To me, it looked like a white pickup truck. Ah, the white pickup truck again. But I'm not exactly sure because on Facebook, everyone is saying different. But I thought I saw a white pickup truck. So this really stood out. This is why this statement to me is kind of important because it's really early on. And even though, he has a lot of things saying against what he saw, he's pretty firm about what he thinks he saw. I don't know. You be the judge. Everyone is saying different, but I thought he was in a white pickup truck. This is what it looked like to me that he was running back and forth to. He was running from whatever car was burning because the car was down, and from where I'm at, I couldn't see it down over the embankment, but his vehicle was right up here parked, and he was running back and forth. Where do you mean? Because you pointed up. His vehicle was right up here. Where? I guess where, when you come around the roundabout here, do you see where the cop is now with his lights on? This is where it becomes a little bit. It's harder to follow. Yes, he was stutters over to the right of that. Like I could see him between the church there. I could see him running to this vehicle, and it looked like a white pickup truck. Yes, thank you. Do the synopsis, just because I can't really stare over the screen. If that's possible, that's possible. Thank you. And then we'll do statements one by one. Or maybe just have them all done and you guys just type as you go. A white pickup truck? That's what I thought. That's what he was running back and forth. And was there any identifiers on the white? I couldn't see that pickup truck. If you want to come and take a look out at my window, I was only really witnessed it because he had the big bright yellow vest on or the yellow jacket. And I thought that's what made me because what made me really be able to see him. Okay. And it was okay, so I'm going to take you back to the very first time that you looked out the window. I want you to freeze in time and tell me exactly. So, a man running backwards. Well, firing his weapon. Well, hold on. I want you to freeze in time and pretend as though you're actually taking a picture of it instead of the things going on and moving. Tell me what you saw, like cars, vehicles, people, what you saw when you first looked out. Like almost you just stopped the video and the picture's there. There was other people behind just tell me everything that you saw. There was other traffic coming behind the car, but he waved them on. It was a cop. He was, I think there was other cars going by, but that's not what was, okay. But where did you see what? how many vehicles were there when you first looked, and where were they positioned? I could really only see his one, and then I knew there was another one. Okay. I could see the one parked up here on the side, and I knew that there was definite, because when he was running backwards and he came out and run forward, and when he went back down over the hill, I knew there was another vehicle there because he kept running back and forth to it. But there was also other vehicles in traffic. I'm not sure if he waved. I think he yelled at them and told them to go or something. I knew he was waving people on. Okay, all right. So I'm not sure. So I'm going to take you. You described this person saw was backing up and appeared to be shooting. Yes, he was backing up a lot. Okay, describe what you saw. I thought I saw a police officer unload his weapon, then go running towards the car. What? You said weapon? Describe that. It was just a handgun. There was a few shots. Pop, 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 pop. I could hear metal on the car. Tink, tink, tink. Like it was a handgun. I think so. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So where are these carbine rounds coming from, by the way? Oh no. Okay. Oh, JJ. Okay. Because I can't watch the screen. I'll have to scroll back. All right. Okay. Yeah, he was holding on. He had it out with both hands. I'll just kind of try and speed through this one. And let's see here. The police officer incident. That's what I thought. And then they left. But everyone else came, and there was smoke, fire everywhere. So we have they and white truck. How long was the time the police officer backing up, firing a weapon until the car drove away? Well, I had time to grab my two children out of the living room, running into the back bedroom, wake my wife up, put them all on the floor, yelling and screaming, and then I came running back to the window, and he was still running back and forth. He was not gone yet. And that was all after all the firecrackers or what, and that's after I had seen him running backwards across the street, and he was running back and forth. And I thought maybe there was smoke already then. There was already a little bit of smoke. So I thought he was trying to help, whatever he had happened there. He was helping. And then, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, back. So I would say about a minute. It would be there about a good minute. Must have been. Running back and forth. Okay, you say back and forth from his vehicle to whatever he was shooting at, whatever vehicle was there. He was running. He did it a few times. He ran, disappeared, come back to his vehicle, ran back. And I thought to myself, oh my God, this police officer just unloaded his gun, now is frantic. And listen, I was like, why is this? It doesn't seem professional to me. What? Because it didn't seem what he would do, he looked frantic. I was like, oh my God, there's something really serious going on. Okay, so they keep talking about back and forth, and there was no yelling. There was no yelling or nobody out, I don't think. When this person was running back and forth, where are you able to see where you were able to see you were running? Well, I was able to see him run out of my sight because there must be a dip there. Okay, so I think he can't quite see over from where he is. He's down, I think he's down below the hill, but then he's on the second floor. So, and he would clearly run to his vehicle, clearly running back and down. I couldn't see him, but then he would come back and run backwards. How many times total would you say? Oh my God. It would have to be 5, 6, 8 times. Again, so he also leaves, deals with his kids, and then he comes back. He waved cars on. I think he waved a few cars on or something. There was definitely, he waved another car on, I think. I just was sort of standing in the street after he came. He was standing there and other cars had gone. So he's just describing some more. But I'm not sure where. I know I saw the car that he was probably definitely on the roundabout, or went off the road somewhere up there. Okay, so he's talking about the car parked on the ramp, or the truck parked on the ramp. So this is what you thought it was. What kind of vehicle was that? It was like, it looked like a small white Chevy S10 or something, man. It was like a small white pickup truck to me, but that's what, okay. So the S10 is just a quarter ton, but maybe just from where he's looking, I don't know. Okay, again, we're looking at the overpass from our car. Which way did the car leave? He left going up towards the farms, up towards you're pointing towards the right. So I think he's going now down number to 224. But yeah, are you able to say whether he's the one that climbed in the car and left, or the truck and left? Are you able, if you're not, you're not. I'm definitely not 100% positive if he's the one. Okay, he was just gone. He was just not there. Okay, all right. Do you recall, what time do you recall that this might have happened? Well, this is strange. Okay, I might have woken up about 20 minutes earlier. I'd had my coffee. I'd say it was about 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere, something like that. And what makes you say 9:30, 10? Because I had just come down to turn on the oven for Albert. So that was about 9:45. And then I went upstairs and I was rolling my smoke, and it was 10 o'clock. It was probably almost 10 o'clock on the dot. Who's Albert? Somebody who he lives with, I think. Did you see anyone else? I'm not sure. I want you to picture that person in your mind, the person who is shooting their weapon and backing up, and describe them. Looked like a police officer, professional, hands out, arms straight, both hands on the gun, firing, running backwards, still aiming, still seemed, that's just what I thought. I thought it was a police officer in trouble. That's what I thought. Okay. And for what I thought the whole time until Facebook told me otherwise, which I didn't know. I didn't hear anything yesterday. Now, why, if the statement is taking on the 19th, is he saying this? I'm not sure. Maybe they've mislabeled. Yesterday. I'm gonna have to. Okay, yeah. I think I know a better way now to deal with how to get the other people's stuff. I'm gonna have to do something like an email, and then that way I can just read the email rather than tech or the chat. But we'll. This is a work in progress. Thanks for bearing with me. What do you mean Facebook told you about it? So maybe this statement is taken on the 20th? Oh, about all the body going on a rampage and this and that. And this guy supposedly killed a bunch of people and shot 11 people or something. So it's got to be the next day. Okay. They finally got him at the big stop, which makes sense because he would have to leave this way, which would have led him right to the highway. Just a big man, police officer. From where I am, I'm at far away. He looked like a big guy, size, big. He looked like a man. Officer will look like a man. Officer. He looked like a big officer. Yeah. Okay. And he was wearing anything? What kind of pants? Shit, I don't know. Or were you able to see anything like that? Pants were dark. So no yellow stripe. Pants were dark. Okay. And all right. So we're going to look at the overpass. These when you saw the officer backing up. Okay. So he's going to do some more backing up stuff. And I could hear the metal. There was quite a few pops and dings. He was definitely firing that way, down over. Well, the police tape is there now. There must be bullets. Must have went directly over the trees. Okay, so from the building sense, he would have been firing them in the trees, I think somewhere's around there. And what's his vehicle? I thought it was a white pickup truck, man. White pickup truck? That's what he was, okay, going. Okay, anything else you can think of? I try so. I'm sorry, guys. Well, I didn't even want to come out. I didn't even want to come out in the first place, and then I inaudible. Maybe I can help. I don't know. Yeah, no, we appreciate it. I don't know what I saw, but I know I said I definitely saw something. Girlfriend, kids on the floor. So my last question I could think of right now is what sequence everything you saw when you first noticed that there was fire. I seen smoke. Well, there is him when he was up there running around. Then there was people up there. Wasn't there? There was other people up there moving around. Wasn't there? This is only because I feel like someone else got out of their car. It's about what you saw, what you remember. It's not about what you feel. So beyond that, while he was running back and forth, there was black smoke, but there was no flame. There was already smoke. There was already smoke. Smoke, yeah, grayish smoke, black smoke. He was in person still there. The person was still there. And then Davis jumps in and talks about his wife. There was definitely smoke while the person was still running around. So, interesting things in the statement because you have the white truck again. And he seems pretty sure about it. He feels, I can sense that he feels, I think it first says 19th. Isn't that weird? There's all kinds of spooky things down in Shubenacadie that bother me. Like Bernard said, he thought he saw a Firth there when he pulled up. We have the white truck, obviously. Something just doesn't make sense there. All right, so backing up now, I'm going to start with JJ's statement. So I read the intro into the statement. JJ is doing Craig Vanderkooy's statement. So he took pictures, I'm recalling. Statement, I'll do a synopsis of who the witness is and their relevance. So you get a base when I get through the rest. She's important in my opinion. Do you have Craig Vanderkooy? Anyway, all right. My spelling is ridiculous. Don't worry. Okay, sorry. She's doing Tanisha Witt or Tanis Witt. Oh, I got this wrong. Okay, Tanis Witt. Witness, April 19th, Cloverleaf crime scene. Resident of Lance. Okay, that's where Chad lives. Just down the street from Angela. To pick up arts and crafts at a friend's house. Witt left home 10:29. Record of text sent before leaving. Hit up Milford Tim's first. So went to the Tim Hortons first. Witt's friend lives in Shubie. When there, they discussed the events of the murders, heard 3 gunshots. She left scared, agreeing not to stop for police. Witt appears to know the geography of the area, but has trouble with the exit numbers. Understandable. I don't know many exits. Witt came upon the crime scene involving Constable Heidi Stevenson. She describes the position of Heidi's body, states 2 cars were smashed. Okay. Witt said she saw a man with beige pants, white shirt, with leather-like straps that did appear to be a gun holster. Okay, thank you. All right, and that's where we're at. So if anybody else want to start dropping in there what they're coming across. So you're doing Tanis Witt. I've got this one. Okay, so there we go. JJ is doing Tanis Witt. Witness at Shubie. Okay, and so Craig is with Julia. I apologize. Julia got the shaft on this one. He took photos. He took, I think, did he take the photo? No. All right. Witt reported there was an old type Jeep there and a flat black car. Interesting. All right. Blue Nose says, in my opinion, white truck is very important. They don't want anyone looking at it. Well, the evidence that they surfaced as to the white truck being destroyed at the warehouse is very poor. Did everyone notice that we were on white truck and Shubie in the beginning? MCC stated truck at Big Stop was HRP, the way white truck, it's a nothing burger. They haven't wanted people for sure to look at the white truck. Same description Eric said shooter was wearing in his video interview. So why is Fisher leaving out the white truck? He said they. There is that interesting CTV interview, and he says they, even though it's a total mishmash of clips. They left. O'Deer's got that one. All right, we'll just go back here. Becca's dropping some stuff in here. I don't know how these women, no matter how much they're getting paid. Are you talking about the villas? The villas, lots of people having guns. It's very quiet down there. What about the RCMP members, like civilian members down there that aren't reporting this? That's a problem. Brenda mentioned showing guns and money in this fireplace. Yeah, well, Brenda is also about as reliable. Yeah, no, not reliable. Total hearsay, and she can't even remember if she talked to the media. Can't see the scene. I don't think it's way down below. I don't know if I've got that right. I could be wrong. His description, it's very hard to understand where he lives, but I think he lives down just down the hill on the other side of the roundabout. But in my statement, Christiana, so Christiana has is contradicting what you are reading in mind. He was casually walking between the vehicles. Okay, I'm not sure. Sorry, I didn't take note of who you were doing. Yes, absolutely. So social media and the media really got into people's heads right away, started influencing. I just find it interesting that because usually people have a tendency to go along with I can't remember those experiments with the crowd. Yeah, Justin Corey's like, no, I'm sure I saw it, even though people are telling me otherwise. I saw that white truck. I know I saw the white truck. I know there is the lady in the Shuby's red car. She won't talk. Someone contacted her and her son told her to F off. That's true. I believe. That's what way back. I think that was Steve contacted the son, I think, and he's like, "Fuck off, man." I was like, "Oh, okay. That doesn't work out too well." Yeah, that's been discussed way long ago. All right, so let's see here. Getting confusing as fuck. 2 other witnesses in a white truck. So there are 2 other witnesses as there were 2 witnesses in a white truck. They can be used to describe a person or to. Yes, I suppose. Yesterday was, I know Troy personally, and he was one of the most honest people could ever meet. Where was the trauma-informed approach, says May. Julie Jones again, okay. All right, do we have any more statement updates? Or should I switch back to the ladies? Why was Trudeau in Halifax today for closed-door meetings? Oh, is he back again? Very, very interesting. Of course, we all know what's coming up next week. Witt drove up and there was going to offer first aid, rolled down her window. At this time, GW, as she knows now, looked like a phone was at the ear. Okay, so it looked like whoever was shooting down there had a phone, talking on the phone. Third time in Nova Scotia for Trudeau, says Becca. I know about the Truro one. Now he's down in Halifax. Can't recall the witness off the top of my head, says Nikki. Were in the white truck. They came across the should be seen, turned around on the loop and left. They gave statements to MCC. Yeah, but to keep going down that direction seems a bit odd. I know for sure the Truro meeting was a bunch of goo. It was nothing to do with what he said. Okay, so back to JJ. Witt said he was far away and his back was to her. She decided not to yell and started driving away. He was in Musquodoboit Harbor for personal matters. Trudeau was in Musquodoboit Harbor for personal matters? Really? When was that? Oh, did I send you both the same statement? Or you read the same statement also? Okay, so back to Witt. The car in front of her, no description, pulled off to the side and was on their phone. She put on her four-ways. Yes, the Shields. Okay, I've seen their name. I have not read their statements. Okay. Okay, so Witt, more on Witt. When driving, she noticed an RCMP car oncoming. Which direction is she going? Is this prior to or post? Wow. Okay, so it sounds like Trudeau is doing a lot of personal visits. I don't know of any ties to Muscadavid. Sorry, when she was leaving, no apologies. Thank you for clarifying. When she was leaving, Witt was leaving, she saw an RCMP car between Stewiacke and Shuby. Is that Bernard? Maybe? All right, now, whilst you guys are kindly reading there, let me have a look here at something. I'm not good with this. These programs, something in Excel that. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Went through 1591. All right, so let's see if that keeps pace with what I found about the cell phone. It appears as though there's some calls maybe being made to maybe. I gotta give me a moment, please. Keep reading and dropping in your updates there. That'd be great. Interesting. $15.91. Okay. She's headed towards Shuby. That's a wrap on her blurb. A lot of questions in here. I'm taking 15 minutes. Okay. Who else has got a statement here? I haven't heard from. We've got Chris, DVD, and Julia. Do you all still have statements? The blue Taurus. Okay, the Robin blue Taurus. Who is that? I know who that is. Shit. And they park on the other side of the crime scene. Who is that? And they take it home with them. That's bothering me now. Does anybody know? YouTube gurus, what's the difference between live chat and top chat? God knows. No, I read Tanis's as well. Oh, okay. So you didn't have a statement? All right. So we still have Chris and DVD. Chris Lee. If there's any questions about Tanis's statement. So she doesn't mention anything about a white truck. She arrives after everything's gone down. Yes. The Robin Blue Taurus. Robin Egg. Who was that? Is that Bernard? Bernard, I think, has the Robin Blue Egg Taurus. I think, but he didn't testify, so that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I think so. I think it's Bernard. Sorry, no, that's just my poor organizational skills. This is good because even though I know it may seem very disorganized, I think probably if we can get something figured out here where maybe I OCR the statements, put them onto Google Drive maybe, and then people can take statements, highlight them. It's like homework, maybe. I'm trying to think here. Oh dear, would be really good with this kind of stuff. All right, so still not hearing, but I guess they're reading. So maybe we can. There are some statements I want to read for sure. What is that lady's name? Okay. I think that's best left though for something dedicated because it's 4 statements. No, that's fine. So, okay, you want another statement? Or are we going back to the ladies and their... Ooh. All right, Chris coming in with some stuff here. Chad McPherson, very good friend of Sean McLeod and Alana Jenkins, his wife, works with Macaulay. Oh, his wife works with Lisa. Lisa Macaulay when moved to Bayshore. Okay, well, actually, I'm inserting things here. The Lisa thing is a distraction. Okay, so his wife worked with Lisa McCauley, met Lisa, I'm presuming Lisa Banfield, when she moved to Bayshore, or Lisa McCauley. Yep, the two Crown, I think they were Crown Vics, is that right, blue? And that was just 3 weeks prior to all this going down. That was the side-by-side fellow. Another one, things sink in this way. All right, maybe I'll just pick a statement here. Okay. One moment. These are residents in Portapic. I've heard their name before. Maybe live down on the beach. We could try reading that. About half done. Need to send notes to where? Okay. Thank you, Christiana. And send them to NS investigators@gmail.com. Okay, OCR this statement. Tomorrow is some more goo, so maybe what I can do also is tomorrow's a nothing burger, is it? Just check here. Those who interested in, let's see here, 20. Friday there is some stuff, as I recall. So tomorrow is a nothing burger. So those of you who are interested in reading, maybe we can try that. You can drop me an email or send me something. Drop me an email. Let's just keep it in one point. Point of clarification, and then for tomorrow. And that way I can OCR a few statements and throw them up, and then you can highlight them. I'll give you editorial. I don't know how to do any of that, but we'll try. Editorial stuff on the document or whatever for Google Drive. And you can just highlight. If I OCR the document, I think then you will have ability to highlight and all that stuff. Point for clarification in my customer service, am I continue with WIT, or is Julie? Oh, yeah, I might as well. I don't know. Chad knows. Okay, Chad knows. This is Chad McPherson. Chad McPherson knows fact through wife Macaulay. Macaulay and GW had a relationship. McLeod and GW had a conflict over paying for common road plowing. McLeod ex Megan stayed in house in Wentworth. McLeod meets Jenkins. Right, so I think that's because Sean lived down there at one point. It is Macaulay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Google Drive is a pain in the butt for me, but so handwriting everything now. Okay, I don't know. Somehow I can envision it. I always have these grandiose things in my head, but they never seem to come to pass quite. Yet we still keep chugging along, so that's good. All right, so let's see here. I've got, this is Maloney's statements. Chris and Melanie. One moment. All right, so Chris Lee's got some more updates here a little bit. McLeod and Jenkins end up moving to Wentworth. Ex-Megan moved out, so conflict over mutual interest in Macaulay by GW and McLeod previously, plus the road plowing fees. Yeah. It is an interesting statement, eh? Is it worth reading through together, or do you think we just do the synopsis? Macaulay tells Chad's wife that she has creeper by her house, thought it was guy Chad Peck, but he was cleared by RCMP. Very interesting. Then GW acting very strangely, and that's the last thing Macaulay tells Chad's wife. Okay, well, Chad Peck was in the special in the Nova Scotia Legacy Tribute. He didn't mention anything about. I believe that there is some history there, though, but he didn't mention any of that. I agree, JJ. And I think, funnily enough, we can get something worked out here where we can get this organized. I'm not a good organizer, and ideas are appreciated. The money thing is an important one. That is absolutely, really, really important. Following the money. And I think, we're a little further down that road with, there was some more stuff I wanted to add about. I'm forgetting about the Paul Clayfield saga. Oh, yeah. He's special, all right. Not sure who he is. This person's statement that Chris is reading. All right. Chad says, very unsettling, the randomness of McLeod and Jenkins murders. Was at least a 40-minute drive from Portapique. Yeah. Why? Why drive all that way? It's not random. Who is Chad Peck? I've heard things, but it's probably best just to leave it at that right now because I've never had verification. But Chad Peck may know Lisa McCauley quite well. Maybe. But I always found it interesting that he popped up in the Nova Scotia Legacy Tribute. The Nova Scotia Legacy Tribute is a very interesting piece of work. Okay, maybe something more why targeted them. Chris's words, not McPherson's. That's the end of the statement. Well, that's a very interesting statement, isn't it? Vardy's a very interesting fellow, if that's what you're referring to. Yes, he is. Do you think it's worth reading through verbatim, Chris? Not sure who Chad Peck is, doesn't say. What if there's a statement by Chad Peck? Let's see. Again, this is just all, it's not doxing, not calling anybody out on the carpet for anything. Just looking for answers. Oh, no statement. Vardy and Max. And Cars. Deckles. Mm-hmm. Pineapple. The Clayfield piece. I have to have this stuff a little bit better organized. I feel. Pineapple. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's read through Maloney's statement. the Maloney's. My apology. Chris and Melanie should be. There is something up, but one common denominator is Clayfields. Absolutely. Can I check my text messages? One moment. Where did I put my phone? This is not good. Oops. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I have to do some homework for a family member. Wonder. Too many things here. Now, there's submissions on Friday. I can do my homework afterwards. Got to run out for a bit, catch up. Great. There's too many moving pieces right now. Peter Griffin, I don't know. Peter Griffin has always struck me as a nothing burger. To be honest with you, I'll just say that. He's always seemed like a patsy to me. I think he had a big drug debt somewhere. Not a big drug debt. I think he had a small drug debt here in Alberta. And he was just asked to hold some garbage and he got busted. I mean, I don't think that makes him a kingpin in anything. But that's my thing. Hate to miss anything, but I do my best to catch up later. All right, now. Not doing anything productive, particularly at this moment. So we'll do the Maloney's. This is Greg Vardy. The statement is taken at, it appears to be an unknown date and time. Interesting. Greg Vardy. Greg Vardy, of course, Max and the Cars, right? This is Greg Vardy with the RCMP. I'm here with Chris and Melanie Maloney, blank. I asked Chris and Melanie to come in relation to the mass shootings occurred past weekend from 1819. Okay, so over this past weekend. So there we go. We got a clue as to the date. 18 and 19. I was asked to see Chris and Melanie as they were friends with Lisa McCauley. I'm going to start off, first of all, my condolences. I know that you were friends and stuff, and I'm going to start the interview off with you, Melanie, and then later I will ask Chris, because I understand that you were the main friend with Lisa. I'm not sure why he's interviewing them together, but whatever. Not that it means any more or less, but I'll start with you, So what I'd like you to do, Melanie, is tell me everything that you know about Lisa McCulley, right from the first time that you met her, conversations that you had, whether it's about relationships, friendships, family, anything important. I want you to take your time. Okay, Melanie. Okay. No detail is unimportant. Every detail is important. So just take your time. Don't leave anything out. Okay. Okay. Start where you think it's important and begin. So we grew up in the same. We grew up going to the same, like, family church camp, and people who don't go there would call it a cult. That's interesting. But isn't it just something that there's a lot of freedom there. And so when you grow up there as a kid, just running around, there's unlimited cookies and ice cream and friends. Like, for the whole time, you go back with your own kids. It's, it's to give them a sense of magic, I guess. Just the freedom. It's more like the childhood that when we were little. Like all of our kids, most of us would be sad to lose Berwick in their year. I don't know. Berwick? What's Berwick? And when all the stuff happened with COVID, they were the mom group, the Berwick mom group. We were just talking about how hard it would be. Lisa's part of that group. And she had screenshotted pictures of the beach by her house and her yard and said, we'll just be here, but we'll be further apart. So I guess part of that magic for the kids is that it's very stressful for the children very stressful to take your children camping for 9 days with family members around constantly. There's no privacy, and your kids are like rangy because they don't sleep and they're sugar. And so the moms would always go out like around Wednesday or Thursday just to bridge yourself through, because it's a dry camp. It's very religious and and we're not necessarily all religious. So it sounds like maybe go and have a drink. We just go because there's that sense of magic from when we were kids, and we want our kids to have that. So her extended family was there too, which would have had some stressors. And so we would go and we would drink. On that night, just to, just kind of being ourselves and just saying that this is magical, but it's hard, and just doing that together. So I would say that started, I don't know, maybe like 5 years ago, we started doing that. I don't think she used to come out at the very beginning. She's a single mom, and she would tent with her kids. So it's really hard for her to leave her kids, and her kids were her everything. Like, she just wanted to be with them, and she wanted to just do everything for them. And then a couple of years ago, I guess 3 years ago, another mom friend in the camp died, and that was very hard. So we kind of just went through that together, and At that point, you can't imagine anything harder. And then her brother had gotten sick that fall. Remember, we found out that her brother's camper had a rotted floor. They had a tent trailer, and they were thinking that they didn't know if they would be able to come back. That was like in November. And everybody's like, oh, that's terrible. Like, you might not be able to come back. And then in December, they found out he had blank. Was that December or October? I believe he had cancer, right? I remember when she called, she just wanted to swoop in. I remember her saying, we just have to go and we have to bring them food every day and we have to bring them snacks every day. And that's just the kind of person that she was. She was like, yeah, we can do it. Like, she didn't see obstacles. Like, she just would fierce and brave. I remember, like, I'm happily married. Like, he's helpful. We have 2 easy kids. I teach nearby. Okay, so she's a teacher, it sounds like, too. Like, our life couldn't be more straightforward or easy. My father-in-law lives down the road. Okay. And I remember thinking, like, how is a single mom with all that you have to deal with? Like, how do you feel that you can do that? How you feel like you can do that? Because I'm not the optimist that she is. Like, she was just like, yeah, we can do it. It'll be fine. That can happen. I'd be like, I need a drink. Like, so when she wanted us as a small group to be in charge of everything, I think the food I brought, I burnt it. I was like, I can't be in charge of the food, people. Like, so we did a meal train. I convinced her, like, let's do a meal train. Like, there's lots of people that want to help. So we started that website then for him. So yeah. So then, like, blank, like, not at, they weren't at camp. We knew blank. I'll say what blank did on police record. No, don't. Come on. They're not bad people. They're just in crisis, tend to fly. They blank. And so we were at the funeral. It is this traumatic thing. We've traveled all down together. We spent the whole day crying. We came back up to the camp, and quite a bit of blank. Police record that you can publish. You can go to the media with that on the record. Not sure what's being discussed here. I'm just like, are you kidding? I think her relationship with Jenny is strained. And so I would have this relationship with my parents who live next door to me. And I'd be like, so there was lots, and we went out for drinks on Thursday. Yeah. Because you're like, I've been with my family for a long time. But Jenny or Lisa, just, it's always like, yeah, we can do anything. So we would all get together after Berwick for what we call Beerwick. Anybody familiar with this Berwick? Yeah, I'm I'm having a difficult time quite grasping this, but maybe it's something I don't know. Maybe somebody in here knows what Berwick is, which is not a dry event, the Beerwick. At other friends' cottages afterwards, to kind of just be grateful for friendships we had, and just not wanting it to be over. And yeah, she's a teacher. I'm a teacher. Okay, so she's a teacher. And at the camp, she did the inaudible, which is like grade 5. Berwick is a town in Nova Scotia in the Valley. Sounds like a festival held at Berwick. Okay. Sounds like something about parents and kids and religion. Some people would say it's a cult. I don't know. So 2 kids in the tent, like just running that program. So again, she took it on with 2 kids. They're intense, and it's just like a program. It would be like 20 kids. And I just said, she sent me a text. I was reading it back yesterday. She said, you could be in charge of grade 1 to 4. And I was like, you're doing a great job. And I will come and bring you coffee, but I'm not doing it. And she would be like, oh yeah, we can do it. She would like, I remember the first time that I went in when she was teaching there. It was the first time I'd ever seen Gorilla Glue. She had taken them all to this beach and she loved it there. She had collected all these rocks. She had like 10, 11-year-old using Gorilla Glue. Okay, I think I may know what this is. I've seen the website for it. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud. I think. And I didn't quite understand it. Like a lot of kids with special needs normally have EAs. That did not have EAs. Not sure what EAs are. They are with the Gorilla glue Inukshooks together. Just like, okay, I will help, but I just would be, she would be like, yeah, that can happen. That can totally happen. And then so after Jonathan died, his wife didn't come the next year, but I think Lisa came for a night. Okay, so I think that's her brother and sister-in-law. Yep. And then last year, she came for a couple of days. How long? Or did she come for the whole week last year? I can't remember. I can only inaudible. But she had the tiniest little car. Yeah, he did. Like, husbands don't stay. Oh, you can't have a fire. You can't have a beer. You can't do anything. Really? And there's church every night. There's no water. There's church every day. We are, yeah, not religious people. So he does not go. So, what was I saying though? Oh, the last time she came in this tiny car, just jam-packed full of whatever tenting stuff. And her and Jonathan's wife are really close. Back in Berwick, had religious cult Children of God, ran out of community. JJ, can I ask you to, I'll read what you've got there. Is it possible though, let's scroll up to the start, what I reported. Okay. That whatever people have, just hold on to, and then maybe you just got a Word text file and just drop it in, copy paste pieces in at the end. Is that possible? Whit was asked to go over her story again. She clearly states that she was coming up the ramp where 2 smashed cars, this back in Shuby, and a black car blocking the ramp. Yeah, I'm out. I'm not going to waste any more time with them. Their disinfo campaign can stop, and programming. No Flatstone, Glen Home Quarry, another Lisa lie. Okay, so she didn't tell the truth about the Flatstone. Yeah, and you pointed that out right away. Thank you. Whit did a drawing. Sorry, JJ's reading Whit's statement. Did a drawing of what she saw, explained an old Jeep. Who's Anne Maloney? It's somebody who lives down in, I've heard their name referred to. I believe they live down in Portapic. I believe. Or maybe I'm getting that mixed up with Mallory. My apologies. I'm just reading through Maloney. It's somebody who's friends with Lisa. Her and Jonathan's wife are really close. And they couldn't figure out who had the camping stuff and who had all the who had the stoves and who had that, because Jonathan and Gail's camper, okay, Gail McPherson camper was toast. And so everything just kind of got shoved at that time, and nobody knew who had anything. And when they had come, they used the camp next to each other, so a lot of it was just shared. And in this car, so I was across from her, and I have a cousin who was really close friends with Jonathan. They grew up together. They're the same age. And so they grew up together to camp. And so they were just over there, and she said, "We'll all do it. I know that we will have enough stuff." And we are just like, do you have like, she didn't have tent pegs, like she didn't have like, but she made it work. And so we're all trying to do this ramshackled tenting site, And like, I'm taking pegs out of what we have in case, like I'm like, well, we're not going to need that. I'll just take, but like, she showed up with like out tent pegs. And like, she would have been just like, people who use lots of like, it's very hard to read. It's harder to listen to. Oh yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I can totally do that. And I remember, like, she was just so optimistic. I remember, like, because she did have some financial troubles that we probably didn't know very much about until Jonathan died. I think this is speaking of, is this speaking of Gail McPherson? Correct me if I'm wrong. EA is educational assistant. Thank you. A lot of different things I'm encountering. Anyway, that's when Chris kind of got involved a little bit more. But she was talking in her house. She wanted to rent out the basement too. She wanted to rent it out as a basement apartment. And like again, I've realized I'm not an optimist at all. I'm like, you don't have a bathroom down there. Like, you can't make a basement apartment without a bathroom. She's like, it's a beautiful property. Like, I think someone would come out and stay here. Like, I think it would work. I was like, I don't think you can rent something out with a bathroom. Like, but then you look at her and she's totally would rent something out without a bathroom, like if it was pretty. Like, if it was like nice outside around it. So that's just kind of the way that she was. And teaching wise, I'm just going to skip past the likes. We would talk just a lot about picnic tables at Berwick, just about school and stuff. And she would just believe that everything's possible. And she was only frustrated with people who just didn't have that ambition, I guess. Yeah. And so a couple of times we had all gone to stay at her house, and that's when she would start. That's what I know about the neighbor, is conversations she would have. So I don't want to use his name, but it would be the shooter. Okay, so I've read about these conversations, deep philosophical conversations. This is adding more to my stuff. I don't know what police report they're speaking of. I couldn't make sense of that. Vardy and the police report. Okay, so I just want to stop you there. Yeah. And I know, listen, or everything the Prime Minister said, and I don't really care if we use his name, but we're talking about Gabriel Wortman. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. I don't know you. I shouldn't be familiar with you like that, but yes, fuck all this nonsense about not using names. I think that's plausible deniability. Okay. And again, I'll tell you honestly as I can, and you'll be able to fill in more pieces and tell me whether or not I have the right person. I'm terrible with names. I don't remember yours. I often get his wrong. Okay, inaudible. Like if you said, what's your husband's name? Not every marriage has love. Not every marriage has love, I guess. I would hesitate. I would hesitate because names are not my skill. So when she talked about her house, he owned it. and she bought it from him. He owned it first, and she would talk about how she really got, how she got a really, really good deal on that house. And she never would have been able to afford it if it wasn't so cheap. Not a penny pinching person. Okay. And he would say to her that he wished he had known it was her, because he would have sold it to her so much cheaper. And she would talk about how when the kids were little and they would go to bed, she would go across and talk to him. Like at the fire, like a glass of wine at the fence. And she just said, like, it was nice to have another adult to talk to. Because, it's hard, being a single mom out there. And she would talk about how rich he was and just how he had motorcycles in his garages, like all mounted, like just collected them. And that's like when everything first happened. I knew, like, I woke up on Sunday morning and they showed the picture of the map about where they thought it was. I just said, because I'm terrible with names, my apology, I got the person mixed up with Mallory. So doesn't live there. I read the paper before I got out of bed or on my phone, and I just said to Chris, I said, because I didn't want to be wrong. I didn't want to jump to anything. I said, "What's Lisa Street?" And he said, Portapique Beach Road. And I said, "Okay." And like, is this map, is that like where it is? Like, is this her house? Is that her house? Is that her street? And he, yep. So I text her. I just said, "I've heard there's an active shooter on your street. Are you okay?" And so obviously she was already dead. So she didn't text back. Okay, so there should be text records of this, right? And then I called her, records of that. And then I called our other friends and just said, "There's an active shooter on her street. I can't get a hold of her. Has anybody talked to her?" And I worried. She talked a little bit about other neighbors too, but I immediately thought of him. And we're trying to figure out what his name was. Because she had an ex-husband that she talked about. There was a man that she was dating last summer that she talked about. I didn't think it was any of them, but we're trying to figure out what his name was. And then when I talked to my cousin, I said, "What's the guy of the name who lives across the street?" And she said, she's like, I think it's Gabriel. But she is also related to me and terrible with names. But I think he's a dentist. And so when they said he lived, we have a police officer friend that lives in Bedford. So we're just all scrambling around trying to find her. And as she said, no, that guy, he's not out of Portapique, he's out of Dartmouth. He's a denturist in Dartmouth. And we're okay, good. It's not that guy. And then when the CBC updated it and said that he had properties there, I'm like, fuck. And then, like, there was that picture of the cop car came out. And then I shared that one because at that point we still hadn't heard from her. And Gail, who is Jonathan's sister. Gail is Gail's like sister-in-law who has the kids. Okay, Gail McPherson. Wasn't answering because nobody called her because we were very protective of her because we know that she's been through a lot already. We knew that if the kids were okay, that's where they would be. So I don't know. We were just worried about the kids and her. Like if they had heard anything. Then Chris was trying, like I was panicking and Chris was trying to call everybody he could to figure out like if she was okay. That was our whole, just trying to find her. And then someone shared a picture that showed a police car, but not the cropped, but with motorcycles above. So somebody shared some of the original pictures. But that's what I thought anyway. Even when they showed it in the garage, I remember thinking, well, he's got like property to do that. He's got money to do that. And she didn't ever say anything really bad about him. Or she didn't ever say anything really bad about him. But she was like I said, just really optimistic, and I'm not. And so when she was having trouble with her finances, he offered to buy her house and let her live in it for free. Or something along those lines. There was, they were going back and forth between different options that could get her out of financial difficulty. Interesting. So it sounds like Wortman was trying to bail her out. I'll go more in, unless you want me to jump in with, no, just let me finish. I'm pretty comfortable that you're done. So I remember her saying to her, that doesn't sound right. Like, don't do that. Like, you don't want somebody that's not like a financial institution to have anything over you, your house, or your kids. That's true. I just remember not feeling good about that and her just thinking, well, like I'm in trouble financially. And I was just like, you're not in that much trouble financially. Like, don't do that. And then when she had always kind of talked about just having a glass of wine with him. And that was a good talk with another adult. And she knew he was married. She did, I think she had expressed, like, if he wanted something, if she allowed it to happen between them, that was probably would, that it probably would, but she was uncomfortable with the fact that he was married. And more that, not like, she didn't talk about him like, wow, I've met this really great guy or anything like that. It was more of, gosh, it's hard to be a single mom out here with no one to talk to after the kids go to sleep. Okay, this is ringing true with other things I've read. All right. And her kids went to sleep early, like 6:37. Even when we were camping, they would go to bed really early, and she would just lay there and read books. And our kids were feral, dripping with chocolate and up late, and just easier when they're in a coma to get them to sleep. Okay. But she just, anyway, so then after Jonathan died, she did sleep with him. And I don't know, okay, again, this is just, I don't want to go into that stuff, and I don't know how long that happened for. I just remember that she talked about it, just remember thinking that it seemed predatory. Like so opportunistic. And not, I just remember being worried for her. Again, I think she just wanted some level of comfort or escape. It wasn't, this is a great guy I'm dating, but I remember thinking, what a dick. Like, you know her well enough to know how close she was with him and how hard it is for her. I never imagined this. But I was never like, oh yeah, he's got money. He seems like a really nice guy. I was never like, I don't like it. And so I think, like, and she talked about her other neighbors, the other neighbors that died. And I don't think that was, just trying to remember, it's like things passing, right? It didn't seem significant, but I know it sounds terrible to say, because I know that they're dead. I know she was worried about their kids. I know she did not love them. She did not love having them as next door neighbors. It's the Blairs you're referring to? Yeah. Again, this is nothing. It's just, maybe they weren't great neighbors. I don't know. They didn't get, not anybody specific. Maybe just neighbors not getting along, right? Yeah, her parenting was like phenomenal. So her standard of care for a parent would be so high. And so I found it hard because she worried about how the kids were. And she was always happy to have the kids over. And again, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, how are you dealing with all that stuff? So when it first happened, I thought, like, I don't know about everyone else on the street. I just thought, well, maybe whatever the reason she did not like them, like, she was friends with them on Facebook. And she was always nice to everybody. She always would have made a way to see good things in people. But I wonder if maybe he wasn't happy with the noise levels or whatever. I don't know who's happy with the noise levels. But then I don't know. And when the kids came to her, she would have been like, I just feel like she wouldn't have been scared. Like she would have been the type of person that would have felt like she could talk somebody down. Interesting. That she would be able to calm somebody down. Like she would have been out in a heartbeat. I would have been hiding. Like I would have been like, it's my greatest strength in crisis, just bawling hysterically. Excuse me? Like I'm never the person. I'm always tell my students, if there's actually a crisis, we practice this stuff, but go get someone else. I'm just reading. This is no judgments. I have zero. I'm just repeating somebody else's statements. So, Melanie, I just want to take you back. And you said that Lisa kind of set boundaries with him in the beginning. Where she didn't have a sexual relationship with him, she would talk to him and stuff. And then you said after Jonathan died is when she slept with him. Just tell me everything about that. About the relationship then. About that aspect, about what you know about that. Everything's important. Just take your time. Well, it would have been us being there. Like, we would have gone to her house. So she would have, she wouldn't really talk very much about relationships. Not with me, anyway. I think our connections were all within that church group family. And that's not, she certainly didn't feel judged by anybody by saying that, especially in the group. I think we're the least religious people at the camp. But she didn't, I don't really know anyone any more than that. I remember her just saying, that it happened. And based on what she said, in my mind, I pictured it to be something that did happen at times, but then it's not she didn't I didn't bring it up. I didn't, and she didn't bring it up. Okay, I'm just going to grab a coffee. I'm going to be back in a minute. Maybe grab a coffee yourself. Okay, all right. I don't appreciate being yelled at, but if you want to do that, we'll do that some other time. Not sure what you're doing here. Who's telling you anything? Who are you? Sorry, I'm referring to this person in chat. I don't know who this person is, but I have received an email, I think 2, maybe. Very disjointed chain of stuff. Interesting things. I just don't know who the hell you are. Anyway, continuing on with, but if you wish to clarify that, that would be good. I did see you emailed the other day. I couldn't really understand what you were saying. Where's that here? Seems to be a blog. Okay, but there was a message here. Yeah, I don't understand. Anyway, write me an email. Maybe I'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. I don't know who you are. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, so she didn't bring it up. She spoke to me about it more. Yeah. And then, so after she had like what had happened in her car, she needed a new car. And so he's very good at negotiating stuff like that. Okay, is this like buying cars over from Vardy's bro-in-law, Max? And he had done it with other people we know, just taking them in, and he can get them a good deal. I think, yes, maybe. And so I'm like, well, why don't you take Chris in? Why don't you let Chris take you? Oh, maybe Chris is getting the car. So they were around that time when there were nights where 2 of them would just go car shopping. They'd be gone. Just did it one night, says Chris. Just one night? Yeah. And then back and forth. Just back and forth talking. They had a lot more conversation. They were having a lot more conversation at that point. And he's very responsible financially. We had these chairs. Well, that doesn't, yeah. So anything else? Is he talking about Chris? Or is he talking about Wortman? I can't figure that out. This is confusing. This is rather confusing anyway. I don't know what they're talking about exactly, but well, I know she cleaned somebody's Airbnb on her road. Okay, that person is RCMP. I don't know who that was. Just like RCMP civilian employee married to RCMP who sadly killed himself. PTSD, very tragic. Up on Portapic Crescent. Just like, I don't know if that makes a connection to anybody else there, but she did do it that part-time. remember Lisa, I believe it is Lisa Banfield and Wortman used the Airbnb for the party. I'm just throwing in things I've come across here. I feel like it was on her road. And she had dated someone else last summer that she was excited about. His name was Leon. And so I think that everything, when she talked about that, I assume everything with the other guy was over. Okay, so Wortman's over. Now on to Leon, maybe? Now Leon's the, I don't know how to phrase that. She dates Leon afterward. Who's Baron? I forget her name. Begins with M. Miriam or something like that. And it was like one of those. It's weird because like I feel so close to her and our families of friends feel so close to her. But it's all just from camp. So it's just one of those things where you have a strong connection, but you only see them once a year. And then maybe like you're at a get together like a couple of other times. We have a cottage and we invited her down or invited them or invited her down. Or I had for a mom's weekend, but she couldn't come because AC had hockey. Like it was hard for her to really get together at other times. I don't know how single moms do it, to be honest with you. But I don't know how half the time people do things. Like it was really hard for her to get at other times. Because it's busy. She has kids. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. The time is now 10:41. And what I'll do, still don't have a day, but whatever, would turn over the interview to Chris. So Chris, what I'll get you to do is just start at where you think it's important. Tell me everything that you know about Lisa, what you know about her relationship, obviously with the RCMP is important. Yeah. And the financial aspects that you're aware of with her and Gabriel and that kind of thing. Yeah. Again, I had the whole, just knowing her through Mel from Berwick and Beerwick, and then just regular functions throughout the years when they got together. But where I came into the picture where it makes sense to this is she had an old car that was dying on her. The exhaust was going. It was at the point where it wasn't worth putting any more money into it. So she just wanted someone to help her find an affordable car, preferably affordable payment terms. So I said, yeah, we'll go to town. We'll go in town. Again, as Mel said in her testimony, or her testament, she wanted a Subaru Outback. I said, you cannot afford a Subaru Outback. We went around and looked at lower costs, but still reliable options. Then during that day, we were probably out for 6 to 8 hours. She confided in me quite a bit, more than I really wanted her to confide in me, to be honest. But she was talking about Gabriel, and I think she wanted someone in her life that wasn't too close to her, that she could bounce that kind of shit off of. Like, is he offering, and is our relationship a good idea? Like, what is he offering, and is our relationship a good idea? Okay, friends talking. So essentially the two main things were she did start having kind of friends with benefits relationship with him after Jonathan passed away. It seemed like it was something that he pushed for some time, and then she kind of gave in after Jonathan died, because she obviously was distraught and lonely. And then Jonathan is her brother, is that correct? I think Jonathan is the brother who dies of cancer. Is that correct? Somebody knows. I can't remember, because her ex-husband is still alive. After Jonathan died, because she was obviously distraught and lonely. He had always voiced that he was in an unhappy marriage, and he had voiced that he was in an unhappy marriage, and that his marriage was mainly based on staying together to run businesses. People who stay together, even though they're not really together, you know too much about the other person's stuff. So just more of a financial relationship. Okay, because they're in business together. Everything is co-deeded, I believe. Some guys mowing my lawn. Opposed to a loving relationship. So that was the excuse to her why them having an affair was okay. And I told her that was a bad idea. I don't know. Sleeping with a married man just seems something that people shouldn't do. But she didn't live there. No. Again, yeah, that. Sorry. I don't think she did live there, because I know they had multiple properties, and it seems that that house on Portapique Beach Road was his setup. Interesting. Obviously. With that being said, while they were having their sexual relationship, she was talking to him about her financial issues. And the main thing was that she was a single mother, and her husband was either non-supportive or not supportive enough. That he had a high interest loan she had took out. Oh, okay. Now I'm really confused. And her husband was either non-supportive or not supportive enough. Oh, okay. Is she talking about her ex-husband here? Lisa's ex-husband? I believe that it might have been for, I can't exactly remember. I don't know. I'm confused. running a clinic while he was busy sleeping with everyone in Portapique to Maine, is what it seems. It sounds like sugar daddy situation. She borrowed blank. She borrowed money from her mother, and her mother said she wanted it back. So she wanted to pay her back, so she took out like a ridiculous loan. Is this a bank loan or a... I can't understand. Are you... Help me. I'd appreciate it, but I don't quite understand. Who's taking out the ridiculous loan? I think it's McCully taking loan? Okay. Sounds like McCully. She took out a ridiculous loan from, I can't remember which place, but the high interest loans that gauge you obviously, and you kind of prey on people that need money to do their thing. Oh, Jesus, these people. So I was having a conversation with her, like we were going back and forth. She was giving me details on that. I may have some details, but I don't know how much the exact details of her finances were, but she was looking for a cheaper way. Like I told her to go to her bank and discuss like consolidation loans, like if she could fold it into her mortgage and rate at the rate that her mortgage was so worth. Just options. And then that's when she came to the fact that Gabriel was willing to help out. What is he going to do? Loan shark? And his way of helping was that he would buy the property from her and let her live in it for either no rent or low rent. They're just going back and forth with theoreticals that could help her out. And that's where I said, well, we're getting some red flags here, Lisa. Okay, that word being... First of all, you're sleeping with a married man, and now he wants to own your home and just let you stay in it. Like, does that sound like something that happens in the real world? Like maybe it's too good to be true, and maybe things are too good to be true, are bad. I said, I wouldn't recommend that. And I told her, if he's a true philanthropist, he wants you to be okay. Say to Gabriel, okay, pay off my loan. Like, just give me the money and I'll go to the bank, pay off the loan. Like, you don't have to own my house. If you want to help me. And then I don't know if she ever brought that option to him, but I'm pretty sure it didn't happen. She ended up having one of her backyard mechanics fixed her car long enough to get it through another 6 months. And then she bought another beater, which I would have recommended against, but again, that's after the fact. But yeah, the whole Gabriel thing, I didn't tell her that if you wanted me to go and sit, I did tell her that if you wanted me to go sit with you and Gabriel and have a conversation with me as your financial advisor, is he a financial advisor? I'd be more than happy to do that. because she had too much trust in people. She just was an optimist. Yeah, she's like, the fact that she thought she could buy a Subaru Outback, I'm saying to her, Lisa, I can't afford a Subaru Outback. So that never did happen. And I was hopeful that she didn't have conversations with me and Gabriel, because I knew if she and Gabriel wouldn't like, if she did, Gabriel wouldn't like me, because I was the direct proponent saying, no, don't do what this guy's asking you to do. Again, hindsight is 2020. If you could jump ahead 2.5 years from that conversation, okay, interesting. All right, so that's when that's taking place, and say he's a psycho. Maybe you could distance yourself, Brenda. Language. Anybody? Red flags and psycho. Okay. Maybe you should distance yourself a little bit more, but even that conversation, she'd never have moved away from him. But yeah, so that was my part in that, was just he doesn't sound right. I didn't say he doesn't sound like he doesn't want to help you. And again, I believe at the time that he did want to help, I guess. Okay. I believe that he did want to help her. This is why this stuff is all very mixed. I don't know what's going on. I just believe that it wasn't healthy. It wasn't, she was the kind of person that you did want to help because she was just so optimistic. And you just did want to help her. I feel like she wasn't overly private person. I feel like we're not the only people that know any of this stuff. I certainly wasn't her best friend, and she only told me. I feel like, yeah, I do know that her kids spent time there as well. The motorcycles on the walls was one thing that got me, because she talked about the fact that he had so much money, and that he had so much money that he'd had motorcycle collections mounted all over the walls. And then I had an RCMP friend, Sunday morning, sent me the uncropped picture. Oh, okay. More warnings to everybody or something. Then that's when I knew, because when you blow out that picture of the fake police car that he made, you can see the motorcycles all lining the roof. And I was like, it's definitely Gabriel. So what time was it sent out? Then I started calling my police officer buddies, plural. Like, can you get me anything? Like, I have guys on CERT. I have Brent across the street. I have friends since elementary school that are police off. I was like, can anyone get me anything? But I don't know if you know Steve McKay. Steve McKay. We just wanted to make sure she was okay. But he's in, I don't even know if I'm allowed to know what Steve McKay does, but he's in a position where he gets a lot of information. I don't even know if I'm allowed to know, but you do know. Odd. Nobody could tell us anything. Yeah, CERT, I think is S-I-R-T, CERT. That's weird. He does know. Steve McKay. Let's check and see. Steve McKay, RCMP. Randy McKay. Run him through Graves. Edmonton. Cumberland House RCMP. Okay, let's see what this is. One moment. Janelle Thomas. There's nothing here. Bud. Sorry, I'm just searching. Interesting. It doesn't say that he's RCMP. That was presumptuous on my part. Maybe he's something else. I have heard Cecil's name come up in this one. Some people who own some property. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying that could be anybody. But the fact that they say, I'm not supposed to know, but they do. Nobody could tell us anything. Maybe if anybody can do a little digging on a Steve McKay. Or it could be McKay. I only look for McKay. No one ever could confirm anything at the time. So I just want to take you back there, Chris, when you're talking about taking her for to look for vehicles and stuff for that 6 to 8 hours. When did that take place? Yep. could you give me a time frame from when any more conversations about Gabriel, about concerns that she might have had? Did she have concerns or did he have concerns? It sounds like Chris had concerns. She not less so. The time frame was, I think we went probably, it was like 10 in the morning. We just took her out for lunch, just probably, I would say 7 or 8 dealerships, just your Honda, Toyota. It was Saturday. 2.5 years ago. Okay, well, that's a long time ago. Right after Jonathan died. Would have been September 2017. I'm pretty sure, and I could corroborate that. I don't get to use that word very often. I probably didn't use it properly. Corroborate? Corroborate. I think the person who's typing this has problems spelling. I said corroborate. I'm from Newfoundland. He knows what I mean. Newfoundland. Well, put that on the list of words he can't say. Corroborate. Okay, interesting. I think he did actually say corroborate. He's just being funny. How did you say antenna? Antenna. Is he right? He's a bit closer. Okay, so now they're joking about it. So I'm saying antenna. Yeah, I'm trying to speak slow, bud. If I spoke normal tone, if I had glasses of rum, you'd never understand me. Oh no, 5 O'Brien everywhere, please. No. We don't need any more rum. I probably figured that out. Yeah, it took her September 2017. Yeah, it was definitely 2017. All right. So at that time, obviously, you indicated to me that you looked, you talked to her about finances. How long did this financial conversation or assistance you provided her go? I would say we spoke back and forth for about 2 months. Quite a lengthy conversation. During the same year, the same time frame? Yes. September to 2017. So I guess roughly until almost the beginning of 2018. Yeah, it was it was after Jonathan passed away and she started her relationship with Gabriel is when I came in. And again, I just gave her the advice so long as she was asking for it, and then she stopped asking for that particular type of advice. Okay, so she'd come to a decision on something, it sounds like. And why would he be concerned about Gabriel? Anyway, just thinking aloud. Anything else that you can think of? Does he know Gabriel? That would be important, Chris. That's important in relation to Gabriel, in relation to her. Not much, not so much. I'll both of you ask. Yeah. Is there anything else any other relationship that you were aware of about her up there? Any other things that you know about her personally? Not that I know of. Only the only just random thing, and this is probably doesn't mean anything. It usually means something. I know I kind of knew another person. Well, I actually knew 4 people that he shot. It's kind of bad odds, but terrible. Gina Goulet, I was in the process of potentially buying her cottage from her in that area. I didn't think she would even be there because she was just blank. I thought her husband was blank. I assume he shot her in her cottage. It's like a tiny cottage up there on the bay. Okay, so she's got another piece of property. Is that? Let me write this down. Okay, hold on. I thought her husband was. I thought she was single. Let me write this down. Hold on. The only reason I say that is she was quite adamant that she wanted to get rid of it because she couldn't use it anymore. Up there on the bay. Oh, shit. Does she have property down in Portapic? Is that what they're saying? I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. I'm thinking aloud. Let's see, maybe they'll clarify. And the only reason I say she's quite adamant that she wanted to get rid of it because she couldn't use it anymore. If she was, and I assume that's where she was, because otherwise I believe she lives in Shubenacadie, which was when he obviously in pursuit then. So he wouldn't have had time to go around checking inaudible. In 5 Islands. So Gina Goulet has a place in 5 Islands or has a place in Portapic? Does anybody know? Or is this news to people? Okay, let's just go through this again. What's her name? Gina Goulet. And so you were in the process of buying her cottage. I was in the process of, I went up and looked at it, discussing. So if you dusted for fingerprints because I was pawing about her cottage. And so with that being said, around COVID-19 became a thing, and we just couldn't go up together. Not Portapic, but 5 Island economy area. You don't know the details. Where's that coming from? If I might ask. It's been reported on a multitude of times. All right, well, I guess I must have missed this. Thank you. I don't know anything about it. Maybe if you can find some more details for me, that would be great. We're going to go up, look around, discuss numbers, because my little brother and I'm just trying to buy property for investments so I can hope to retire younger. And we do Airbnb. So it was just that stuff, inaudible. And the big thing with her is she didn't use it anymore. And what caught me was she wasn't really using it. And the fact that he would have to drive 15, 20 minutes from 15, okay, here we go, thank you, to get to her cottage. If that's truly where he killed her, I assume is where, which I assume is where he killed her. Then he would have a pretty direct conversation with her. I think because she wasn't there very often, like it was just kind of, it wasn't in use. It was being sold. They couldn't use it. They couldn't use it. Okay. I would think that he would know that for some reason. And if he was that targeted, I don't think he would have made the extra 30, 40-minute drive to just wonder if she's there. And because I'd say it would have been my option, or sorry, would have been, in my opinion, it would have been a very low percentage that she would have been there. And I worried, like, because he looked at it, I've learned I'm not optimistic. Like, well, it doesn't seem right about that. Like, if they love it there, they just blank. Don't they want it? So in my mind, I was like, there's erosion and stuff there. So my sister's a realtor. So I just said, I think you have to get her to go look at it and look at that beach. Like, is it eroded? Like, what's wrong? Like, to me, it seemed like something was wrong with it, that they were trying to get rid of it. Who is they? Sorry, am I out to lunch? I'm not remembering a they in this picture. Could mean her daughter. There's the use of the word husband in her. Did I misread that? Anyway. Yeah. If he was like, I'm wondering if he made it uncomfortable. He could have been, because it was a nice piece of property on the bay. Like, I'm wondering if he had even known that that property was for sale, or if he was in talks with her. Because he would have known her for decades, because she's a denturist. So I'm wondering if some back and forth about her buying the property, and that he knew that she was out there. I feel like we would make terrible police officers. Now, I'm just from the weird, because I was talking to other people. I hadn't known that Gina was killed by him until I was talking to one of my best friends from childhood. He said Mom and Dad lost a friend over there. And because I was buying this place, I did background checks on Gina. I wanted to find out if she was a good person. Sorry? What difference does it make if she's a good person? You're buying a piece of property. I saw that we had maybe just defaulting on a payment. I don't know. I saw that we had mutual friends with the inaudible. We had mutual friends with the inaudible. The shooter? I'm just thinking. And I was like, did he kill Gina? And then inaudible kind of was like, come on. I hate when they do this. They use the inaudible to scrub out people's names. It's fucking bullshit, man. Yeah, we didn't hear the name. Sorry about that. Mutual friends with the inaudible. And I had mute, and then inaudible was kind of like, it's not really apparent what you're doing there. Just not totally fucking obvious. And I had conversations with her, so some lady, and I was like, she got a little cottage out there, and he was her friend for years. Didn't even know that she had a little cottage out there. So I guess she was relatively quiet about it. So there's in that connection where he obviously knew that she had her cottage was literally not much bigger than that. It was like a little off the grid shed, basically with another little shed and an outhouse next to it. So he had to have something with her about that little place. I don't know if that. All right, so he knows some other people, though. I wonder if they're going to ask about that. Okay, helps at all. And who else? It would have to be backtracked for him. Being a backtrack for him. Okay. Because it seems like the news knows he did his Portapic. Can you tell me if he killed her there? No. Probably not. But it's just like everybody who keeps asking stuff. Who you keep asking stuff. Yeah, they can't tell you. Yeah. But you see from the news that it looks like he did Portapic Beach Road and then cycled over to Wentworth, but this would have been a good 40-minute detour. Yeah. But, okay, you're reading way too much into things. Oh, Vardy's kind of shutting him down. It's not interesting. It's totally, he's totally telling the truth. It would have been 40 minutes out of his way. No, you're reading in too much into things. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. There's a couple of things I can't answer right now. Yep, that will come out shortly. But where is the dog? She's inside. Okay. But yeah, most of the people, I think you're going to find there's probably a connection with him, right? Yes. Whether it's good or bad. Yeah. And so you talked about Gina Goulet. Yeah. You talked about Lisa McCauley. You said there were 4. Oh, Chad Morrison. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's a small world, but somehow I'm just thinking it's not this small. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. And the other guy, oh Jesus, I know him from church. Okay, so maybe it's just by you just kind of know them from afar. It's not like you're friends with them. Was Chad in Portapique Saturday night? I believe yes, he was. Why was he on the radio? There's no explaining that one. Brenda background check. That's weird. I don't know. It doesn't seem like something you do if you're buying a house. Were they a good person? I suppose, though, maybe, right? Maybe. Like, are you a shitty neighbor? Or would you default on your payment? Back out of the deal? I don't know. It's just not something I've really ever heard of, but again, I'm not from down there, so background check on your neighbors. I'm not from down there, so how the hell would I know? Do you guys do that down there? Maybe. I don't know. This day and age, everybody's Googling everybody. He never goes to church. Oh, sorry. Okay. So Tom Bagley, but not so good with names either. Okay. And again, we just know him like he's just a random community guy. Okay. He never goes to church, and I don't remember him, but he grew up here, and I didn't. Yeah, I grew up. I just didn't. I recognize him from the community. My mom's emailed me. She's like, Tom Bagley died, and I looked it up, and I was like, oh, that's. I didn't know his name before, but I recognized him just as a community guy. My dad would have worked with him out with at the airport and stuff. Just an old guy from around. So again, I have no connection with him. I don't even know his name. Well, I guess you do, but anyway, maybe not all the time. Yeah, I was just like another person that I knew in passing. You better ask about Chad, I think, here. Yeah, okay, but there's anything else you got? Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't want to ask. He doesn't want to ask how he knows Chad Morrison. The fuck? Is there anything else you guys can think of that would be important? She didn't talk about him anymore. Like, she didn't seem like they had ongoing disputes. Okay, I guess now going back to Wortman and Lisa. Like, when, like, you mean since last summer camp? Like, she didn't, it wasn't part of her regular. Like, it wasn't, sorry, like, it wasn't like there weren't any problems that she discussed or anything. And I wasn't, I thought he was creepy. So I guess she's seen him. But I wasn't worried for her. Okay, again, have to factor in, of course, they now look at this through a totally different lens, looking at, if you'd asked them prior to April 18, 19, what's their answer going to be? Are they going to say, oh yeah, I was worried? Or are they going to be, or creepy, sorry? Are they going to be like he's creepy prior to April 18, 19? Or post, looking back through a different lens? I just thought it wasn't, it didn't seem like it would amount to anything. And that's just neither one of us ever met him in person. No. And where she had moved on, dated somebody else, like we just, yeah. And all right, the time is now 11 o'clock. We'll end this interview. Okay, so I'm guessing that because they're from Lance. They know Chad Morrison from up there, and Tom Bagley. Gina's interesting, but I don't understand. So did they call Chad Morrison that day? Who is this Steve McKay? Did anybody find anything about Steve McKay? Sorry, I'm going to scroll back here a little bit. Background checks. I thought husband. I thought I heard husband too, but anyways, yeah. Yes. Oh, they're certainly being looked at. Dawn, I don't leave them out of the mix. Everybody's in there. Sounds like they were checking up a lot on each other. Gabriel Wortman may have gleaned info on Gina Goulet from other dangerous meetings at their society meetings. Well, you see, and there are connections through Clayfield, through those Clayfield videos I did. How do I get some of those background checks? Just seems like everyone can do one. I don't know. I guess you'd have to talk to them. So ice hut size cabin behind Gabe's cottage. No, it was 15. It's 20 minutes away. Is that right? Is that right? 50. Do you think Vardy's digging here to see if they'll disclose what Wortman may have been violent to Lisa? 6 hours in a car and never comes up. Yes, very good point. They never ask about, did you ever hear anything about violence? So this business about the conversations is, yeah, let's that, like, why did he skate right by that? Let's just look at that again. Already moved right past that. There's a lot of things I can't answer right now that will come out. Most of the people I think you're going to find have a connection with him, whether it's good or bad. Gina Goulet, Lisa McCulley, Chad Morrison. Does Chad Morrison have a connection to Gabriel Wortman? Was this just random? Why is he on the logs that night down in Portapique? 12:18, he's in the Colchester logs with his personal radio and his MWS logged in when he's supposed to be going to work at, 7 o'clock in the morning? Down in Enfield? But he doesn't say anything. Look at Vardy's response. Oh, yeah. He doesn't seem shocked. Nothing. I suppose, again, this is Lance, but he still doesn't ask him to elaborate on it. Hey, is this your neighbor? Do you know this guy? How do you know this guy? What is your relationship like with him? Do you know if he knew Mr. Wortman? Yes, what a tangled web. Something was not feeling good about that. He just let that one totally go. fact, he shut the conversation down after the discussion of Tom. He pretty much just shuts it down. Okay, if there's anything else, you can let me know. Yeah, he ends it. He says, well, that'll come out. Connections, good, bad. Who do you know? Oh, Chad Morrison. Oh, okay. Well, if there's anything else, you can let me know. That there's something very fishy about that to me. All right, now I believe I may have some new information about. All right, so Christiana has got some stuff here. Thank you. Christiana was doing, oh gosh. Now I don't even know. Who are you doing, Christiana? Whose statement were you doing? Line 23, CW. Yeah. Could be very problematic, Chad Morrison turns out to be. I'm not reaching. I'm just, that whole thing never made sense. And I'm going home the next day and okay. Connections elsewhere in this story to other people. Gray car, he came in. Gray car, he got in. Red car shows up with lady with red hair gets out. Okay, this is down in Shubenacadie. This witness, I forget what statement. Oh, Clayton Willis. Clayton Willis. Willis. Let me pull that statement up. I'm just picking random ones in kind of order. Especially ones. I think there's a lot that you can learn from the ones that, we all know certain names, right? Those ones, a lot of people read through. It's like the people with no names or, thank you very much for reading that. So that's Willis's statement. Thank you, Christiana. Thank you to the readers today. JJ, Julia, Chris Lee. Did you finish up, Chris? And DVD now and Christiana. I think we're still waiting on a couple, possibly. Hopefully we haven't lost them in the meantime. Oh, my apologies. Gray car got in. Line 130. Willis shows up with lady with red hair. Never saw her get out of the car. Was shooting at the back window. Saw his arm just before glass went flying. Line 288 through 290. Willis. Colleen said there's two police cars, and I said there's not a police officer. I think SJT is the sergeant asking questions. Did you just say that or just think it? I probably just thought it. I don't know. All right, so some hearsay in here. Were you able to see anything in his hand? No, I could not see anything in his hand. He was wearing an orange or yellow vest. Way to throw a lot. I don't know how that. I don't know if you're in a really bad situation. Can you just know it's really bright? Is that what it is? Then you're like, well, it's orange or yellow. I don't know. It's just this color thing is bothering me. Whatever he had in his hand or whatever, he lit the car on fire. Were you able to see what he was doing? No, he had his back to me. So don't know anything about that. He was not rushing. Colleen said SUV from Big Stop was not the same gray SUV he stole from up here. Okay. Well, that makes sense. He went back towards on Enfield on the back roads. He was not in a hurry. He never spun the tires or nothing. He just drove normal. He put a what? He put a smoke bomb there as he lifts whatever he was doing there, and there was smoke everywhere. Looks like something, a cop car. It looked bigger than the other one. Were you able to tell the gender? Were you able to tell the gender of either person? No. He was tall. Well, I guess if he was tall and bulky. They moved her body the width of the road. They moved the body from where he was to the gray car. It was maybe 10 steps. From smoke to fire was maybe 1 to 1.5 minutes. Total shots fired 15 to 18. 810 shots before the window got broken. There was a lot of speaking about writing and drawing a map with locations where people walk to placements of vehicles. I do not know how to access this map, but it would be worth looking at if we could get it to make a little bit more sense if he was talking about. Hopefully this was okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just hoping that let's see. Well, she wrote down here where they said it. So that's line 671. Let me go forward. 671. Oh, she's talking about the SWAT. Sorry, the lady or Clayton. My apology. Clayton is talking about SWAT moving the body. They moved her. Okay. All right, Lynn's got a picture of a cell phone on the seat. Let's see here. Thank you, Lynn. Never misses a show. Definitely does appear to be something. And I would say, yes, a cell phone. Ported at the bottom for sure. USB, the micro. Whose cell phone would be in the car? Interesting. Looks like iPhone. Very good eyes. Very good eyes. Lynn, thank you. Do we have anything more on the statements or? iPhones usually aren't burner phones. Usually. Lots of things going on here, that's for sure. Okay. Kitchen gets warm. Come out. That's the way it goes. Okay. Nothing more on the statements. In the last notes, any time frame. How long shots fired to moving of Lisa? Well, let's see. Are they talking about him going over the embankment again, or whoever this person was? Who do we believe the male shot now? What part shot when? Well, stutters, inaudible. The person, well, to me, when they took that shot, or taking them out of the car, to me, graphic, Firth, black graphic. Yeah. Okay, and where in relation to her body was he positioned? Well, see, he pulled up this arm out like that. Inaudible, fall down. He was graphic. And then he reached down. He was never inaudible. He just reached down and picked up whatever it was, whatever he needed. And then he went out to the other vehicles, inaudible. And did he pick something up one time or more than one time, or I don't know, just went down the up once and up, whatever he picked up, inaudible. So it was just the once and up. Just the ones down and up. Whatever he wanted, that was all in one fell swoop. Yeah. If he wanted the gun or ammunition she had there or whatever, when he came up, he had everything he needed. Okay, all right. When he fired that shot, yeah, either at inaudible or graphic, sorry. How far was she from the position of the driver's door? No, not far. Not far to her driver's door. Wasn't far from her driver's door. Okay. If nobody had shown up and the cars were burning, she was close enough to the car that she would have burned. Not shot in the car. Or him or whatever. How far did the SWAT take her? They took her past my site. I don't know how far after. Okay, and then up they passed. The width of the road. What time it was in the day, I don't know. We know the 911. Yeah. Was made, so yeah, that'll be reported. Colleen made a 911 call. Okay, there you go. So Colleen will be in the, I don't know if it's Willis, but she'll be in the logs. So it might have been 20 seconds or less when we heard the bang before she had the phone in her hand and called. Because she's an operator, and that's the first thing she'll do, grab the phone. She works at Shuby Radio. She's blank. Wouldn't it just be really screwy if she worked in 911 or something? I don't have to go back up and see what the time frame was. They would just say it's Lisa's phone. Oh yes, that's sadly. Oh yeah, no, it's just her phone. Don't worry about it. Sitting in a cockpit, fully marked. Because of course you put your phone in a car that you're not driving, right? With a charger. I'm not seeing it here. It must be here. I'm assuming that they asked how long was it between the shots and when you saw the SWAT pull up. It's quite a lengthy statement, 38 pages. Must be quite a bit in here. Maybe I'll have a quick read through. She must have been a news reporter. Yeah, the cord is charging. Cord. But this was plugged into the port at the bottom. It's charging. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything back on any more statements. Do you guys want to continue with whatever they're doing over there? Shit show? Are they even done? What are they doing over there right now? Where's that? Oh, they're going on and on. Here's what you got now. Sunny's saying something. Improving accountability, institutional accountability. Well, she should really be going heavy at the RCMP then, shouldn't she? National Project Leader for Improving Institutional Accountability Center. That sounds like a make work. Is Matlock still taking on cases? That was a good show. Nothing like Hercule Poirot, but the books are the ones, though. Agatha. The more lies and funny business in particular statement, the more guilt of the inaudible. You guys want to continue to watch this? I'll stick it on. Let's see here. You can get lost in their planned psyop of, why are you doing this? I don't understand. It has nothing to do with. Yeah. Of course it doesn't. The Maloney Trail intel back to Indian. Okay, just I don't know if that's. I don't think is that related? I'm sorry if I'm missing something. Or are you talking about something else there? Retire. There's all kinds of sexual assault cases within the RCMP on other RCMP members. I wonder why they don't take care of those. I wonder why those aren't being discussed. Billions in lawsuits right now. I'll take the PSYOP. Let it put me to sleep. You want to watch that? Okay. No problems. I don't understand them. It's a blog. I've read your blog. I don't claim to understand it. It's seems to be a lot of old emails and things. I'm not quite seeing the relation. Though I have tried to cipher them, that's for sure. I saw something about a COINTEL Pro stuff running around for a long time, but I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything. Don't want to watch that garbage. Okay, so don't want to watch. So I think you're sad you're the only one who wants to watch. This lady, male violence. Right. Allard School. Oh, okay. UBC. Back to UBC. All right. Well, tomorrow is another. I'll try and get something organized. If anybody is up for reading, please do drop me an email. If David, if you wish to elaborate further, I'd be more than interested. I just couldn't quite follow where you were going with that. So it seemed to be a bit of a pit. If I have to read documents, I don't have a lot of time, but if you can help me out, that'd be great. So if anybody can email me with, if they're able to read, that would be great. And then maybe I can put something together. I can try and scan some documents or something tonight, and then, or just rando pick ones tomorrow and go through those, because tomorrow is just going to be the same of this. So I'm not sure if I would rather read. I think reading is more productive. I don't think that Emma's out now. Leaf, Emma's out. Why she's just grumpy, eh? Like, I know she's just reading her script. You know, it's quite obvious. She just reads away, and then the other people read their responses. And look at that. Look at it. Look at that fucking script. But she's just really not happy. Tara was telling me it's a really weird vibe when in there. Oh, Tara's still here. All right, good. She always looks like she's sucking on a lemon. I don't have your number, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. Send me your number. I found a number once in amongst that stuff. It was disconnected. I did attempt to reach out because I couldn't even make hide nor hair where you were going. So I'm like, well, all right, let's straighten that out. But your number was disconnected. I don't have your number. And I certainly have all my logs. And more than happy to, attest to that. What is the idea? So, like most of us have jobs, responsibility can record it. What if we record ourselves reading statements and upload our own MP3s? That would be great. I don't know this tech stuff, right? I'm not a tech person. I think that's a good idea. Plus, if you randomly come across, because there's going to be goo. Has anybody ever messed around in that other category? That other category, like there's the foundational documents, but there's the other section that they do stick stuff in, which has got, of course, a lot of goop, but it also does have GPS stuff in there and some interesting stuff. Oh, look at Emma, just so impressed with the world. Oh, jeez. I hope she's more fun in person. I think that's a great idea, though. Sad. Do you know how to figure out some way to do that? Because I think you need server space or something, no? Plus, if somebody read something, they can be like, oh, yeah, there's good stuff in here versus, no, there's not very much. Whoa, Googling detectives of the television type. Oh, you're finding TV detectives. Radio detectives are great. Old radio show detectives. Just record and upload to YouTube. Sure. Yeah. I guess then it's the thing is about divvying out who takes what, right? And then somehow, because I can see it theoretically in my head, right? You could have like Shubenacadie associated things and have a playlist of Shubenacadie associated things. All statements, Shubenacadie. But then if you upload it to YouTube, then everybody would need a YouTube account, which would be a bit of a mess, right? Because you've got to deal with a lot of different YouTubers. I guess if there was a centralized database of who was doing it, there has to be a way. It is a good idea, yeah. To vinters. Oh, volunteers. It's like vinters. Who's making wine? I think somebody's making wine. I can't even. All right. I'm not going to get off into the ad hominems. I'll try and stay away from that. Okay. So tomorrow we're on for another Nothing Burger, but that doesn't mean that, once again, we can't do statements. And it appears as though people are interested in that. So I think maybe, I didn't know how it would go over. And once again, my apologies. It's totally ad hoc, but we can just keep trying. What if we had a YouTube channel just for just us who read statements? Okay, well, then you've got to have somebody's YouTube channel, and you have to have the permission stuff. I'm really not good at this stuff. You'd have to give, what is that? Creative control. You have to be pretty certain about who's reading them, because then somebody could come along and just disappear them. I'm just saying. Like the Oprah Book Reading Club, there would be the LGC version of docs from Mass Casualty. I can't read that many, but I mean, I like his idea. Shared username and password. Text to speech, oh dears, apps like, yeah. Well, I'm sure it's a lot better than the way I do it. I don't think I'm particularly a great reader, but I kind of stumble and fart. I've always had a great appreciation for people who have great reading skills. Like when I go to AA meetings, of course, people read from the big book, right? And there's a lot of people who are very good. I've seen some people that just they just breathe through everything. I don't think they have it memorized either. My belief is you have to be pissy incel, cat lady to be in leaf cult. There's something odd about all of that stuff over there. It kind of weirds me out a little bit, to be honest with you. You read decipher very skillfully. Well, okay. Yeah, that's just making me very uncomfortable. I don't think so, but all right. I'll take the thank you. Maybe something's buzzing in the background and causing all kinds of. Lots of people listen, so maybe it's just the background chatter and stuff makes it sound better. There are feds within this chat. Oh, absolutely. There are feds in this chat. And the hint that I never hinted at anything. I said I read something about that. COINTEL, there is COINTEL operating within this chat, within the Facebook groups, within all sorts of things. I've never shied away from that one. This is not a new development. This is very old. The Glow, I speak about it for the War Room since this happened. Like April. When was the first time I probably mentioned the War Room? Maybe the 22nd of April. But I don't think it's a new development. No porn bots today. Okay. Let's see. So did I get any emails? And then we'll call it a day. A bunch of stuff going on over there. Oof. The money, though, I want to go into the money more. And Clayfield. There's a lot of the money. Why would he buy her house? Very odd. Okay. Well, we'll say adieu then. Do have a good day, all. Take good care of yourselves. It's now, 2 o'clock down there. God bless you. Special prayers to those on the mend and those that are, not doing so well. Sorry about your husband. God bless you. Oh, has anybody read Maureen? Sorry. Anybody read Maureen's statements? No, I have not. We could read through that. Yeah. I could do that. I started to read through it a little bit last night because I was looking to see if there was any Clayfield mention in there or anything about that. And they didn't. They didn't go into that. Clayfield's name certainly wasn't mentioned, and the company, I think they just stuck with this. Is that the Mackenzie stuff? I don't even remember. And McGrath. There's a Banfield, a young guy, 49 years old. Oh, did Sean Banfield have? I'm sure there's lots of Banfields. Well, there isn't, actually. More in New Brunswick and in Ontario, less so in Nova Scotia. What was it? Let's see here. I had it open. And this is Chad McPherson's statement. Berkshire Roman. I've got to put together that the ties between Clayfield and Workman. The phone numbers and addresses again. I have to put it together because they nerfed my pictogram for a family member so that maybe they can bring it up. Sean B. 37ish. Okay, I got that wrong. You recorded Leon in his own words. Perhaps you should do, but I don't know who you are. Were you there 18 and 19? If so, Tim Banfield. I don't know who Tim Banfield is. I haven't come up with that name. I did have a Banfield follow me on Twitter at one point. I don't know who that was. Could just be. Oh, I've got a couple messages here. Okay, what's that? Okay. All right. I don't think that this is a real message. I love these messages from on tweeters. You are a college professor, right? The noble temperament shows your different personality. No, I think I sent scam or something going on there. Gem Trading Inc. No. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm not really an international man of mystery. It's pretty clear who I am. It's pretty clear who my grandmother and my family is. I think everybody's dug through it. I'm just a dude. Nothing exciting. The dude. Okay. Dear thinks that we should go through. Maybe we should go back and look at Lisa's statements again. They're really lengthy though to read through. So it's not like it can't be done, but it just would be a longer reads. But probably using her Brown-Melanson statement, which is a shorter one. Yeah, maybe I'll go back and just highlight terms on it. I'm not reading the whole thing. I could try, but I mean, I think that would be, I need a lot of coffee. That's going to be longer than ITOs. Do you agree? Yeah, actually, given the timing right now of because that'll start to drift from people's consciousness, is the recreation gunk and her Friday testimony, to which I sadly can't pay attention like all you can because I gotta do stuff over here. All right, later, but buddy. Yes, okay, I'll read all 5 MCC statements. How long are they? I'm not trying to sound like an asshole. I'm just trying to think. I have to have sleep sometime. Dr. Matt Logan. He's something. MCC. All right, let's just pick this one. 65 pages. That's it's doable. Oh, see this one? It's taking a long time to load. 117 pages. I think that's going to take a long time to read through. Might just be better just to pick the highlights. But then, of course, you're going to miss stuff. That's the problem. I don't know what is going on over there, but I think I'll just avoid that. Seems very odd. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow for more goop, and we'll probably do some more statements. God bless you all. God bless the 23.